page 26, page 27, page 28, page 29, page 30, page 31, page 32. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 16th sitting, dated Friday, 5th July 2024, are adopted as a true record of proceedings. I have with me a copy of the official report of Tuesday, 11th June 2024. Any corrections? Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of Tuesday, 11th June 2024 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Let me acknowledge the presence of some of our visitors, particularly our students, we have two groups. What I have now are two groups of students. One group from the Gassaf Municipal School, which is located in Ingleshi, Boteno, Amanfro. There are as many as 76 students led by Thelma Asabre, who is the project officer. I'm sure you can see them spread from my left to the mid portion of the House. I want to, on behalf of members of Parliament and the Parliament of Ghana, welcome all of you to Parliament today, and to thank you for taking time to come to see what we do, and maybe you'll be told why we do what we do, and also how we do it. The team will take you through that. So you are only welcome, and don't make this just a 9-day wonder. Keep on coming, because we want to make you better than us. Where's Thelma Asabre? Oh, yes. Thank you so much for leading them. But you are called project officer. What project is that? Project of bringing them here? Okay. Oh, okay. That's not what I have on record here. And so we have a number of students from various schools, from the Gassaf municipality. Yes, thanks so much for bringing them. Please, you may resume your seats. We now have the turn of Gan West. And I think Gan West too may be students from various schools in the Gawes municipality. They are 64 in number, led by one Daniel Nyablojuro. He is the program officer, and Gawes municipality is located in Amasaman. On behalf of the House and all the members of Parliament, I welcome you to your house of Ghana and to encourage you to keep on coming to learn more. And I'm sure our officers will take you through the ABC of what we do here. It's an opportunity to learn and become better than us. We didn't have this opportunity, so please kindly take advantage of your presence here. It's a pleasure to have you. You may resume your seats now. We now move on to, I'm guided. We'll take statements, and then we move on to, yes, please.
Speaker, if you may indulge us, we are related to my colleague. We rather want to vary order of business and lay papers, after which we'll come back. We'll revert to statement. Speaker, with your indulgence.
You want to lay papers first?
Yes, Speaker.
Honorable members, that's the sense of the House.
Mr. Speaker.
Well, then we move to public business. And that at the commencement of public business, item 10, presentation of petitions, but you said presentation of papers. Okay, that is item 11, presentation of papers. Yes.
Speaker, may I seek your leave for me to do that business? That is item 11A, from I to XIV, to do with the majority leader.
Any objection?
That was the agreement we had last week, so we can let
Well, you may do so, and honorable members, the following papers to be presented, and I want all to be taken at a go with one note. That is item 11A, Roman I to Roman XIV at page 8 of the order paper.
Report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, public boards, corporations, and other statutory institutions for the period ended 31st December 2023. Report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, ministries, departments, and other agencies for the year ended 31st December 2023. Report of the Auditor General on the management of petroleum funds for the period 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023. Performance audit report of the Auditor General on managing activities of undertakings that impact the environment as supervised by the Environmental Protection Agency. Report of the Auditor General on the consolidated statement of foreign exchange receipts and payments of the Bank of Ghana for the year ended 31st December 2023. Performance audit report of the Auditor General on the land registration in Ghana. Performance audit report of the Auditor General on preventing and reducing solid and plastic waste on Ghana's coastal environment. Report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana pre-university educational institutions for the financial year ended 31st December 2023. Information system, the Auditor General on computerized financial and electronic systems of selected public sector entities for the period ended 31st December 2023. Report of the Auditor General on the accounts of district assemblies for the financial year ended 31st December 2023. Report of the Auditor General on the management and utilization of the District Assembly's Common Fund and other statutory funds of the financial year ended 31st December 2023. Report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, technical universities and colleges of education for the year ended 31st December 2023. Report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, whole of government accounts for the year ended 31st December 2023. 2023 Annual National Progress Report of the National Development Planning Commission on the implementation of the medium-term National Development Agenda, an agenda for jobs 2, creating prosperity and equal opportunity for all, 2022 to 2025.
Honorable members, the said reports are all laid accordingly and are for distribution to members of Parliament, and will refer 11A Roman 1 to Roman XIII to the Public Accounts Committee for consideration and report to the House. We will refer the one with respect to XIV to the Committee on Economy and Development. But that one is not just dealing with accounts. It's dealing with the progress report on the National Development Planning Commission on the implementation of medium-term National Development Agenda. So the appropriate committee is the Committee on the Economy and Development. They are so referred. Yes.
Speaker, shall we proceed to take item 11S, S for sugar? Speaker, I'll further seek your leave to do it on your behalf.
Majority Chief Whip, you haven't got my mandate to do that. And so I will not grant you that leave. I discovered that there are, yes, some T's and some dots to be done. And so I propose to meet the committee immediately after we adjourn to finalize that. Then we can present the report tomorrow to the House.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes.
So shall we then proceed to take 9T? 11T. Yes.
11T.
Yes, Speaker. And we are taking I to all the way to V.
Yes, honorable members, that definitely to public accounts. So we'll take 11T, Roman 1 to Roman V. Yes, you may do so, Chairman of the committee.
Report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana Technical Universities for the year ended 31st December 2022. Report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the management and utilization of the District Assembly's Common Fund and other statutory funds for the year ended 31st December 2022. Report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of the District Assemblies for the year ended 31st December 2022. Report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana General Government for the year ended 31st December 2022. Report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana Colleges of Education and Pre-University Educational Institutions for the financial year ended 31st December 2022.
Honorable members, all the reports referred to at item 11T, Roman 1 to Roman V, are laid accordingly, and copies should be made available to all members of Parliament. Honorable members, let me add that because of the volume of work that we refer to the Public Accounts Committee, I think if you look at the new standing orders, there has been some change in the composition of the Public Accounts Committee. I think it's the only committee that we have given some more numbers to, so that we can get them to be able to cover all these reports. Once the House also agreed, the auditees coming to the House, we have to go to them. We have the committee touring the whole country, and there's a lot of cost to that. And that is where you all come in when looking at the budget of the country. Now we have to depend on the support of development partners to try and get them to do what they do. You know that we publish these things, it's broadcast live, and there's cost to it. As of now, we owe the GTV a lot of money because of the paucity of the budget to the House. So please kindly take this into consideration and let people know. Again, when we finish with this audit debate and the recommendations are approved by the House, we refer them to the various agencies for implementation. Parliament doesn't implement. It's a duty of the executive to get the state agencies to implement the reports, not the Parliament. We only follow up to see whether those recommendations have been implemented. That is the work of the House. And honorable members, when you follow up and you see that they are not implemented, kindly let us know so that we can take further action to compel the agencies to implement them. We could even bring them before the House for contempt of Parliament, and we'll try and enforce that. I'm saying this because of the concern of the general public about the lack of, in the perception of the public, effectiveness of Parliament in this matter. But I think we've been doing well. And the last thing I'll add is that the committee should try to compile our consideration and for the knowledge, general knowledge of the people, the savings that you'll be making, the benefits of the work of the committee and the House. If not, we'll see if we're getting this bitter criticisms from people for wasting everybody's time and resources and not achieving much. But I know, as a former member and chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, that we gain a lot from the work of the Public Accounts Committee. I'll give the chair a few minutes to say a word. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you are perfectly right to let the public know that as we have made a recommendation, it's the duty of the executive to implement whatever recommendation Parliament adopted. But when I was trying to do a follow-up on some of the recommendations that we have made by referring people who breached the procurement law to be prosecuted by the Attorney General, when I did a follow-up, the information I got is that we have not gotten any communication from Parliament on those people that we have referred for action to be taken to prosecute them. So it would be better that Parliament do that communication to them. When I did a follow-up also in Parliament, where we have compiled all the list of all the people we have recommended for prosecution, our information is that it is for the signature of the clerk to Parliament to be effected, then the letter can be forwarded. That is what we have hold up. It would be good if the clerk will sign that letter so that it can be communicated to the Attorney General for the action to be taken by the Attorney General. So I thank you very much. The information I got when I did a follow-up is good. I bring it to your notice. Thank you.
Yeah, Chairman, thank you very much. But I think we should adopt the purposive approach. The fact that the clerk hasn't signed it and somebody else have signed should not prevent them from going into it. At least they could draw our attention as they've done. But for all these years, that should not be a drawback. The intention, after we have approved the recommendations or even added more recommendations, and they are communicated to the various agencies, they are to take action. They are to take action. But if that had not been done, they should have gotten back to us, not to wait for you even to do the follow-up. They should have waited for you to do the follow-up. Now it's been done. The clerk just whispered to me that they have written back, he has signed, and the letter is before the Attorney General. So we now await the outcome of the various prosecutions so that Ghanaians know that this House is doing what is constitutionally mandated to do, and that we are saving a lot for the country. It's very, very important. If not, people think that we just come here and do yeah and go home. That's not it. There's a lot of work we do behind the scenes in the common good interest. Yes, sir.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, indeed, to support the position of my chairman on the matter, the follow-up became necessary when the Office of the Attorney General and the Minister of Justice appeared before us subsequently. So when we inquired into the progress of investigations into prior referrals, that was when it emerged that there has not been any communication. So as a committee, we've been following up on getting the transmitter letter detailing the names of all the persons and the entities so referred to the Office of the Attorney General. So, Mr. Speaker, my humble view on the matter is that even the law establishing the Office of the Special Prosecutor, whether with or without information from Parliament, they can suo motu follow matters arising from PAC hearings, even if they don't receive a formal communication from Parliament. So we want to plead that the transmitter letter will go so that the AG can expeditiously further inquire into these complaints and proceed with prosecution if prima facie cases are determined. It will be a feather in the cap of Parliament if that is done, because people think that the PAC, after hearing, that is the end of what we do. So we will be encouraged as a committee if the House indeed directs that the transmitter letter goes to the office of the AG.
It's already gone.
Yes.
The transmitter letter is already gone.
Very well.
We've gone beyond that. I think that it's not just special prosecutors, it's the Attorney General. So we've done that. We are waiting the outcome of their action. Honorable members, now go to statements. Yes. Item 9 on the order paper, statements. I have honorable members, we lost one of our former members of Parliament, and as our practice and tradition is, we definitely have to give him the pride of place by honoring him with a tribute. And so I will call the Member of Parliament for Dafiema Buse Isa constituency in the person of Honorable Dr. Sebastian Sandari to read the tribute.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Just a minute, I see the former majority leader. Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, before the tribute comes to be read by our colleague, since some of our colleagues here do not know the deceased former member of parliament, and since even those of them that he met in the house may not attach any face to the deceased, is it possible from hence that all such tributes are read, the pictures of those people involved could be captured, so that we know the person who is transitioned? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, that is a good proposal. I will direct the audiovisuals to always get that ready, but we need to get prior notice from the members so that we can draw the attention of the audiovisual to get it ready, and that will be captured on the screens for the attention of members. We so many that now we may not be able to capture the faces of former members who are perishing on a daily basis because they are sacrificial lambs. Many people don't know. And so it's important we do that. As of now, I can't hold the audiovisuals responsible because this is the first time it's raised. And we'll take that on board. If they have it, please kindly portray it for all of us to see. If not, we'll go on. I'm sure the member will be able to capture our minds as to who the late Honorable Matthias Porter is. Yes, please, you may go on.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. With a heavy heart, I stand to read this tribute in honor of my predecessor, the late Honorable Matthias Asuma Pwoza, the former member of parliament for Dafiama Buse Isa constituency, who was called to eternity on the 24th of May 2024. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Pwoza served in this House 3 terms as the MP for my constituency, previously known as the Nadoli East constituency, from January 7, 2005 to January 6, 2017. He was born on January 10, 1948 at Turi, Dafiama Turi in the Upper West region, and has a primary education in Dafiama. Having completed his middle school education in Kitikrachi, Honorable Pwoza proceeded to work Teachers Training College, where he prepared for a career in education. His first posting after that was Udum Catholic Primary School in 1969. Later on, he earned a bachelor's degree and continued to pursue his passion for educating both the youth and old. He taught at West Secondary School and also led the establishment of the Upper West Regional Branch of the Institute of Adult Education, now called the University of Ghana Learning Center for Distance and Continuous Education. which is a division of the University of Ghana, recognizing the critical role of education in community development, he pursued a Master's of Science in Community Education at the University of Edinburgh, and also completed different certificate courses and programs at the University of Ghana, the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, GIMPA, and the Confederation College, Canada. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Posa's foray into politics was a natural progression of his lifelong commitment to serving his community. His political activism, which began at the adult education, continued to grow as he became increasingly involved in local governance. He was a staunch advocate for decentralized governance, believing that empowering local communities was key to sustainable development. He occupied different times on the political landscape, including being an assembly member and the presiding member of the Nadoli District Assembly from 1989 to 2000. He was also the NDC Upper West Regional Youth Organizer and also the Regional Secretary of the party. Mr. Speaker, his advocacy and leadership were instrumental in the creation of the Nadoli District and later the Dafiama Buse Isa District. As a Member of Parliament for the Dafiama Buse Isa constituency, he worked hard and represented his people with dedication, humility, and integrity. While in Parliament, he served in many committees, but more importantly, he served as the chairman of the Parliamentary Select Committee on Education. His tenure in Parliament was marked by a relentless pursuit of policies and projects aimed at improving the lives of his constituents. He lobbied for the construction of many schools in the constituency, ensuring that children have access to quality education close to home. His efforts in this regard have left a lasting legacy, with many of these schools continuing to serve the community. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Posa was known for his unwavering presence in the lives of his constituents. Whether it was attending weddings, naming ceremonies, birthdays, or funerals, he was always there to share in the joys and sorrows of his people and friends. Personal touch endeared him to many and cemented his reputation as a leader who genuinely cared for those he represented. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, after 3 successful terms in Parliament, Honorable Posa decided to step down, paving the way for a new generation of young politicians to continue the hard work of representing the people of the Dafiama-Buse Isa constituency in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the sad news of the death of Honorable Posa was disclosed by the family members on the 24th May 2024 at the 37 Military Hospital, Accra, where he was admitted for medical care. I take the opportunity to extend my condolences to the family, Mr. Speaker, who are present at the public gallery, especially the children. Mr. Speaker, there will be a pre-burial service at St. John the Evangelist Catholic Church, Adenta, on the 11th of July, to be followed by the traditional funeral rites at Dafiama Turi from 12th to the 13th July 2024. May his gentle soul rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We'll take a few eulogizing comments from members. Yes, Chairman of the ranking member on the Committee of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to what Honorable Dr. Sandari has spoken about as far as Honorable Posa was concerned. Mr. Speaker, I first came into contact with Honorable Posa in 2011 when he was the chairman of the Education Committee on Education, and they visited Akati district then to inspect get farm projects in the district. That time, Honorable Professor Fobi was the ranking member. They spent some time with me in the district before going back, only to come and meet him in Parliament as the chairman of the committee, and I becoming his vice chairman. Mr. Speaker, he was very outstanding. Outstanding in the sense that he understood very well the educational system in this country, having taught for several years and having been in the House and then being the chairman of the committee. But I learned a lot at his feet when I was the vice chairman. He made sure that I learned much from him, and he also made sure I did some of the activities or the presentations in the House on his behalf. He told me he was training me to take over from him. So for 4 years, everywhere he went, as far as educational issues were concerned, I was with him. Mr. Speaker, something very remarkable about him was making sure that he took the committee to 7 out of the then 10 regions on a visit to a number of basic schools in the country. He organized what we call scorecard, and we went from region to region, spent quite a long time going around these various institutions. And Mr. Speaker, of us understand very much the challenges facing basic education in the country at the time, and the efforts he made to make sure that the Ministry of Education addressed those challenges at the time. Mr. Speaker, when he left Parliament, he was in contact with me all the time and asked me to inform him of any program to which former members of Parliament were invited. And he did this religiously. Whenever he was informed there was a funeral or there was anything, he would show up and make sure that his presence was felt. This is the man we have lost now. And I pray that the good Lord will give him a resting place. Mr. Speaker, he was your brother, and I know you can tell us even about him better than any of us. But we join the family to mourn him, and then we say, may he so rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Beat Zedin.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words in support of the statement ably delivered by the Honorable Member for Dafiama Gusiye Issa, Honorable Sebastian Sandare. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the late Mr. Posa, a.k.a. Mbial, was a very humble person and down to earth. Mr. Speaker, the meaning of Imbiere in the Gari is, simply put, my elder brother. And the late Pwoza referred to his colleagues, some of them far younger than him, as Imbiere, meaning my elder brother. That was a mark of humility. And so that was the late Honorable Pwoza. Mr. Speaker, I myself, I met Pwoza in Legon in the early 1980s, when he was also there as a student, and I was reading law then. We were there for a while, and then 31st December Revolution came. And when the 31st December Revolution came, we had the Youth and Student Task Force set up in the various regions. We both were members of that task force in the then Upper West area, and we participated actively in ensuring that our people also got the benefit of the revolution. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, twice at it, it was also an opportunity for us to agitate for the creation of the Upper West region, which had been a long-standing item on the agenda of the people of the Upper West region. And so we teamed up with our compatriots in the region, and we fought very hard to get the region. Indeed, the role that was played by the late Nandom Na Polkun Onkunchir, who was a member of the PNDC, and Sam Gaba, who were in Accra here and pushing things for us. Indeed, eventually, we got the region created in 1983, after about 1 year of struggle. Mr. Speaker, when we got the region, we returned back to campus and continued with our education. We both completed, and he went back to Upper West region to work as the representative of the Institute of Adult Education. In fact, he was a director then. And I went to the Northern region to work with the Office of Revenue Commissioners, a revolutionary organ at the time. And we continued in that way until 1992, when this country was to be ushered into constitutional rule and naturally multi-party democracy. Both of us joined the NDC, and we worked closely together. Indeed, I still recall in those days, it was very difficult to get, if you like, what people call graduates to be part of the NDC. They all gravitated towards some other political parties, either it is MPP or PNC. But we stayed, and we stayed the course. Unfortunately for us, we won the 1992 elections. And I was made a deputy regional minister. So I continued to work with my friend Matthias Pwoza, and I encouraged him to take an executive position so that he can contribute more to the growth of the party, that's the NDC. He accepted it, and subsequently we supported him to contest to become the regional youth organizer. And thereafter, he contested again to become the regional secretary of the party. And so that's how he stayed and contributed in the party until 2004, when he had the opportunity to contest as a parliamentary candidate after his predecessor, Honorable Emmanuel Zumakwe, had done 3 terms in Parliament. And so he took over from Emmanuel Zumakwe and came to Parliament in the year 2005. Mr. Speaker, as has already been mentioned by the earlier speaker, indeed, he did a lot as a member of Parliament, and he served on the Select Committee of Education as its chairman. And by that, he was able to contribute significantly towards the development of education in his constituency, in his region, Upper West, and Ghana as a whole. As already indicated, he bowed out in 2016 and paved the way for his successor, Honorable Sebastian Sandari, to take over from him. Indeed, we continued with our relationship and we used to interact very well. We were surprised when he was taken ill, and shortly thereafter, we heard that he had passed. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the late Matthias Posa has paid his dues, and he will be remembered as one of the illustrious sons of the Upper West region. Mr. Speaker, I take the opportunity to extend my deepest condolences to the wife, the children, the NDC in the Dafiema Busie Esa constituency, and indeed the NDC in the Upper West region and national NDC. May his gentle soul rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable members, well, let me take Honorable Clement Apak. Then after that, the former majority leader, and then we could move on. Yes, please.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my voice to the very befitting statement made on behalf of all of us by the Honorable Sebastian Sandari in the wake of the passing of one of our senior colleagues. Mr. Speaker, as you well know, I grew up in the Upper West region. My father was one of the first batch of civil servants who were transferred to, if you like, baby and help nature, the then new region created under the leadership of the first president of the Fourth Republic, Jerry John Rawlings. Mr. Speaker, the late Honorable Matthias Posa, whom I call my father, was one of the very few prominent academics when I was growing up in Wa. Not just because of his area of expertise and the fact that he was the director of the very important office of non-formal education, but because he actually took time to teach some of us. So he taught me as my teacher. Mr. Speaker, you will reckon that in those early days, it wasn't that easy to university application form. And those of us in the Upper West, at least those of us who finished sixth form in 91, would all have bought our application forms for the then dominant traditional universities, University of Ghana, University of Cape Coast, and KNUST from the Honorable Matthias. And so it is by virtue of his direct motivation and the fact that he was there as an agent to sell these forms to those of us who could not afford to travel to Accra, Kumasi, or Cape Coast to procure them to us. That has led some of us to become who we are today. So if I am on my feet paying tribute, it is because I have been a personal beneficiary of his enormous services to our humanity and to those of us who were in parts of the country that were disadvantaged or underprivileged. Mr. Speaker, as a member of parliament, I had a chance to interact with him when he was then the chair of the education committee. At the time, I was also then working in the office of the president. And I can assure you that he remembered me from my youthful days in WA and reminded me of how far I had come. And indeed, I appreciate him for what he has done for me personally and to many, many others my age and younger. I thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this unique opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, former Majority Leader.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to also add my voice to extend the condolences of the House to the family of the Honorable Matthias Puza. Speaker, I counted the late Honorable Member when he first entered Parliament in 2005. I remember there was an incident and we were discussing at the time. And when he joined the discussion, one could see how passionate he was with the cause of his party. He was very passionate about the ideology of the NDC as a center-left party. So it did strike me. And subsequently, I inquired about his background. And I was told that he had been deeply involved in the affairs of the PNDC at the time. And I said to myself that then this bears testimony to the position that he had taken. The Speaker, it's unfortunate that as of now, there are many members in this House who cannot relate to the ideologies of their parties in this House. People join, they come to Parliament, and by whatever happenstance, they find themselves in Parliament. And they are not able to identify with the ideology of their parties. And maybe, Mr. Speaker, we should be spending time on this matter. But having said so, Mr. Speaker, he came about as a grassroots person, and when he became the chairman of the Education Committee, I remember he was very consultative in whatever he did, and on 2-3 occasions when bills came before his committee, he would quickly run to my office and inquire about my own perception of the content of the bill. Very consultative and always eager to learn new things. So, Mr. Speaker, we struck a bond of friendship, and I noticed that he was very pragmatic. Not only was he a grassroots person, but also very pragmatic in whatever enterprises that he committed himself to. I later learned of his own deep involvement in the creation of the partitioning of the then upper region and the carving of upper west from the then upper. Mr. Speaker, that certainly was a very noble cause. the upper region as it then existed, the capital was so distant from the western portions of the region. And if a person from Wa or Hamile wanted to go to the regional capital, the Speaker, and let's not forget that those days the access to various media of communication was not easy. And so on many occasions, people had to travel from Hamile, from Wa, and the Speaker, I believe from your own backyard, to Borga, using the Tumu road. It was not the best. And so what came out eventually as a new region, really in consonance with our current constitution, which imposes an obligation on the state to ensure equitable development of all parts of the country, should suggest to us that the cause that they fought for those days was a very noble one. The Speaker, I did not hear of the illness of the Honorable Matthias Asuma Puza, but I was just this morning informed by the current Member of Parliament, Dr. Sebastian Sandari, that this is what had happened. And I was taken aback. Be that as it may, God knows best what he does. So on this occasion, Speaker, we can only extend our profound shock and also to wish the family well, and also wish the Parliament of Ghana well in the face of the current developments, when many former members, to be blunt, are peeling off in a way that we do not anticipate. Speaker, may God give him eternal rest and comfort the family that is left behind. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable. Because you are a leader, I will allow you, even I wanted to end here. But yes, you can go on.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this statement as a tribute to our former colleague, a great man, Mr. Speaker. My initial encounter with Honorable Posa took place when I was not yet a member of Parliament, when the bills for the establishment of the university in the then Brong Ahafo region and Volta region were worked on. And he toured part of the locations where these universities were supposed to be established. After the were approved, Mr. Speaker, if you notice, in 2012 particularly, there was an urgent need for these universities to actually physically be established. I was then in private practice as an architect, and Honorable Bejra and Professor Kwame Ado, we put ourselves together under the supervision of Professor Dede and Co. to actually come up with a master plan for the physical master plan for the universities. So actually, we did this, Mr. Speaker, pro bono. We were in private consultancy, but we did this work without getting paid for it. All the way to okay, we never got paid because we were just interested in helping for no pro bono. We didn't get paid. All the way to the logos of the these three universities you see today, we worked on them. We still have some of the sketches. They never got paid because we were desperately in search of these universities getting started. And we had encounters with him. And so, Mr. Speaker, if there is a university called University of Health and Allied Sciences today in Volta region, which is the first purpose-established university just trained only professionals in healthcare, Honorable Posa is part of the reason it happened. The same applies to the University of Energy and Sustainable Development, and then the one in Eastern Region. Mr. Speaker, when I got into Parliament, I have never been a official member of the Health Committee, the Education Committee. But because of the encounters we had before I came to Parliament, he usually calls me my consultant. So if there's any meeting of the education, he would encourage me, and I will attend. He was the one who encouraged me and took us when Honorable Kote was talking. He likes the oversight duty to go beyond the chamber. So he took us to the then 3 northern regions. Mr. Speaker, there was a day we were going through some places in I can't even remember the names. I was like, Honorable, are you sure there's another school where we are going? Because we drive 1.5 hours, 2 hours, we didn't even see anybody. I said, so which people I would attend the school we are going to meet? And indeed, Mr. Speaker, we go to schools, the whole school, one teacher. The entire school, we saw only one teacher there. And in the middle of nowhere, and he will say that I told you that is why we are supposed to come here. And we came back to the house, Mr. Speaker, and he presented very good reports about what we actually saw in terms of education. And he used to say that what you see in the regional capitals in terms of what is happening to education is not a good reflection of what the situation is in terms of what is happening to teachers and pupils at those schools. So, Mr. Speaker, he led the Committee of Education very well for us to give a better account of oversight in terms of what is happening in education. Mr. Speaker, he didn't speak much in the media or other things, but he was very effective in the way he carried himself in terms of the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, I feel very proud about Honorable Posa. Somebody said he was far older than us. He was probably, at the time I met him in this house, older than my father. But he treats even we, the younger ones, as his peers, and he'll speak to you nicely. And even when he left Parliament, yes, 76, yes, obviously, then he was older than my dad at the time I met him here. And he'll make you understand why we are doing this. And even after Parliament, Mr. Speaker, anytime you meet him, he wants to know what is happening in Parliament, and if there's anything he can do, or if there's anything that is happening that he should know. And he continued. I never heard of his ill health, another thing, only to be surprised with this. Mr. Speaker, I think he's paid his due to his party. He's paid his due to his, country. And Mr. Speaker, it also shows from what Honorable Member Bid said, that he did not just wake up and became a member of Parliament. He started his work as a youth organizer, secretary, and other things. It's also a lesson to young people that sometimes when, Mr. Speaker, people see you sitting in that chair, it didn't happen overnight. In everything, to be the best surgeon in the world, you couldn't go to the best university and graduate the first day and become the best surgeon. To be the one who flies Airbus A350, you couldn't come out of pilot school and be offered to be the pilot of an A350 aircraft. You couldn't become a president just by waking up one day and decide that out of something you become a president. Everything for you to be able to have the necessary experience and to do it well, you need to beat time and to do it right, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Posa is a good example of how leadership can be nurtured, and he did his best for this country, and he must be remembered for being a very diligent member of Parliament, and we must all be proud of him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable members, I thank you all for your remarks, but I can tell you a few things that I know of our former colleague, the late Matthias Posa. What I know in life is that 3 things we say are permanent. Maybe there will be more than 3, but I know about 3. One is death. Death is not permanent. It could happen, it could not happen. But for death, by all means, it will happen. Change, there's nothing you can do about change. It will always happen. It's permanent. and God is permanent. Those are the three things I know. And so, as Julius Caesar told all of us, death will come when it will come. There is no need to fear death at all. There's nothing you can do about it. It will come when it will come. And so for us, we are always to prepare for it at all times. And we're not taken by surprise when it comes to you. Be prepared at every time, because it's a glory. And that's why many people call it, it's a call to glory. You're now moving from impermanence to a permanent place, everlasting life. And so his departure, even though surprising, we knew it was definitely bound to happen. That is a necessary end. It will come when it will come. Our late former colleague was a trailblazer, one of the early birds to go to school in his village. And I knew him when he was finishing training college, 1969. That's when I got to know him. Because his colleague, the late Emeritus Kakuna Kapochena, taught me in primary school. And so I got to know both of them. And happily, I met them along the line and we're in Legon together studying. So I know a lot about him, and all what we said about him are nothing but the truth. He has so far left a legacy, and that is what we should all strive to do. You just don't pass through the world. You always leave something behind. And he has written his name in gold wherever he went. He was born, started his education, as you've read, in the Volta region. Luckily, one of his daughters is married to a Voltarian. And his grandchildren, who he loves so much, his language, they speak only Ewe. That is how life is. It meant that he's left a mark there, and that mark has pulled his daughter to marry there. A very welcome development. In the Upper West, nobody will say that he doesn't know the late Mata Esposa. His humility, his service, his sacrifice, and he did that throughout. That is why even in Legon, he left a mark with the Institute of Adult Education. And it's through that institute, when I became a member of parliament, and there was little known about democracy, I had to get him to give me space at his office in Wa to take evening classes to teach the young ones politics, particularly the political history of Ghana, rather from pre-colonial days, independence, and particularly the lives of the main actors. That is how we dream the young ones that are in both NDC and MPP, particularly from the Upper West region. I mainly taught them, and I even motivated them by always giving them some money. And that is how we started by developing the democratic culture in this country. He was in parliament and he left a footprint. You have referred to some of them. And also in his party, the National Democratic Congress, again, is well known. And so this is an icon that we should definitely always remember, and I know he will always be remembered. But more importantly was his service and his sacrifice. Many people think that you come to parliament to make money. No. Many are those who left parliament worse than they came in. And he was one of them. Nothing. It was like a needle out of water. That is how many of our colleagues have left. I have seen it all. I've been with them here. And his children, his family members are available. They can sacrifice that. His investment was in the development of human resource, not in property. And so I want to invite all members to the funeral, which is taking place this weekend, rather from Accra here, as we are told, the Catholic Church at Adenta, and then after that to his holy village in Dafiema, Turi. I will do all I can to be part of that and to pay my respect to him. He ended up as a farmer. He was farming maize, poultry. He had a hand in piggery. And now we have his portrait on the screen. For those of you who are struggling to recollect him, this was the man. He sacrificed a lot for his country. He represented Ghana at many international fora, and at all those, he left a mark. That's how he got the various scholarships to go out to study in the universities that you were referred to. And so I want to implore you for us to stand up, just give him a minute silence in prayer as our respect to his sudden departure. A minute silence, please. May the soul of the late Honorable Matthias Sposa and the souls of all the late faithfully departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Honorable members, before we take the next statement, and that will be the end of the statement, I'm informed that we have in our presence at the public gallery 2 more visitors, group of visitors. We have the students from the Sunyani Technical University. I was with them a few days ago. And you know, Sunyani Technical University is located in the Sunyani East constituency. We have 32 of them here, led by the SRC Speaker of Parliament. I think he is in the person of Indobiri Maxwell Adongo. Adongo has a product who is the SRC Speaker of the Parliament of the University, the Sunyani Technical University in the Bono region. As I said, I was with them and they did indicate to me that they will be visiting us. I'm happy they are here in their numbers. On behalf of the members of Parliament and Parliament as a whole, I warmly welcome all of you to your house and encourage you to keep on doing so. You are about the next generation to take over from us, and definitely learning from us, we believe that you do better than we are doing. And so please, at any time, our doors are opened and you are welcome. You may resume your seats. We also have with us the students from the University Practice Senior High School, which is located at the Cape Coast North constituency. They are 76 in number. I am sure the MP has a hand in this. The number of buses to bring 76 will definitely be more than one. They are led by a teacher in the name of Mr. Solomon Osmond Dogbe. Solomon is located, yes, at the extreme left. On behalf of members of Parliament and Parliament as a whole, I welcome all of you to your house. It's good to catch them young, and we are happy that as a teacher you decided to lead them here. We are grateful and you are warmly welcome. Keep on coming, learn, and as we said, be better than us. Well, that's what we expect. Every parent wants the child to be better than the parent. And we also expect you to love us. If you don't love your father and your mother, I can't see how you can love your husband or your wife. It's a lesson to all of you, those of you who are here too. If you don't love your father and your mother, you can't love your spouse. It's not possible, because you've not learned how to love. And love conquers all. You all know it. So I thank you for coming, and you may resume your seats. We now have the last statement to be delivered by the Honorable Member, Honorable Jifa Gomashi. It's a statement in an attempt by him to condemn some acts of some of our public servants, which I'll leave to her to reveal to you. So, Honorable Member, you may read your statement. I'm also informed he has a clip, a video clip that will be shown for members to see why she is compelled to make this statement. And I want to plead with all of you to be attentive and focused to see what happens so that we could support her to inculcate a culture of service in public servants of this nation. Please, you may go on now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to make this statement because of what has been happening in my constituency. I'm deeply disturbed and outraged by the contents of a video involving officers of the Ghana Immigration Service. The said video captures an unarmed civilian woman, Ms. Abigail Azaleji, at the Bit9 area of Aplau, being physically assaulted by two gun-wielding immigration officers at the Aplau border in the Katu South municipality. Mr. Speaker, this incident is not the first time. And Mr. Speaker, I seek your permission to show the video of the incident. I unequivocally condemn this unprofessional and heinous conduct. No individual, regardless of their position or authority, has the right to inflict such violence upon another citizen. The Ghana Immigration Service, entrusted with the responsibility of safeguarding our borders, must uphold the highest standards of conduct and integrity. The actions of these officers have not only tarnished the reputation of the service, but have also undermined public trust. The incident raises serious questions about the service's training protocols and the culture within the Katu South border facility. Citizens deserve to feel safe from violence, particularly at the hands of those entrusted with our security. The blatant disregard for the dignity and rights of a citizen in this manner is simply unacceptable. Under no circumstances whatsoever should armed uniformed personnel resort to physical attack, violence, and causing harm of any kind to unarmed citizens, especially so under unprovoked circumstances. The core mandate of the service is to regulate and monitor the entry, residence, employment, and exit of all foreigners. The objectives of the service include managing migration in the national interest by promoting migration that contributes to the economic, social, and developmental interests of Ghana and the communities residing therein. Any conduct by officers and assigned of the service outside of these objectives may well be misplaced, where in this case it is unlawful. Consequently, I call on the Minister of the Interior and demand the immediate suspension from duty of the officers involved pending a thorough investigation into the incident. It is also my hope that measures will be implemented to prevent such incidents in the future and ensure that the rights and dignity of all individuals are respected. We must demand the highest form of accountability from those who serve in positions and responsibility and ensure that the fundamental rights of all citizens are protected. Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, I'll ask the IT people to show the video. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Permission granted. Can we see the video clip played? Please, audiovisual, are you with us? Either you let it roll or consider all of you to have been suspended for 1 month each. Well, you've been giving advance notice. And you haven't given us any indication that you have any challenge. So let it roll. Honorable members, we're not getting any feedback from the audiovisual. I direct that the clerk should investigate this matter and any employee on duty in connection with this and the appropriate action taken. I will personally follow up to ensure that this is done. Honorable members, with this, I direct that a copy of this statement be made available to the Minister. Honorable members, the said video clip also be made available to the Minister for Interior for necessary action. I further direct that the Speaker, the Minister for Interior should report back to this House as to what action has been taken in this direction. It's important for me to emphasize that public servants are servants of the people. We volunteered to serve Ghanaians. Public servants are different from armed forces. The armed forces, by the name, armed, and they are armed and trained to use force. And that is usually the last resort. Public servants are people who have volunteered to serve the public. And that service we must render. We are not, by law and by concept, to use force. What is even making it worse is to the fairer side. Our ladies is completely uncivilized to use force against a lady. It's not at all allowed. And so I'll allow the investigations to go on and let's see what happens. The culture of democracy abhors the use of force, even in trying to get people to comply with the law. I keep on insisting that Ghanaians, we should place some emphasis on history, reading and learning from the past. Before we had people we called border guards. What led to the disbandment of that unit called border guards is some of these incidents. And as a young man, a student leader in Legon, I had the experience of such an incident in the Upper West region involving border guards. It was nasty. And their residents were bent. Their properties were bent. Their family members were beaten by the public. Don't forget that the public are stronger. It's a stronger group. And they can even fight armed forces. So we should desist from using force against civilians. Whatever the provocation, we are trained to know how to defend ourselves. And that's why the law uses reasonable force. And so how can two armed immigration officers be assaulting a young lady like this? That is completely unacceptable. So, serious view of this, and we urge the minister to immediately investigate this matter and report back to the House. With this, I will allow, if the House so desires, if not, we'll move on to other business. I will allow one or two, the numbers are too many. Could I take a lady and a gentleman? Two. One from each side. Two from each side. Okay.
Two from each side.
Two from each side.
And then leadership.
And the leadership?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So that's three.
Mr. Speaker, a lot of colleagues have personal experiences with this issue, and it must be dealt with. I have my own personal experience with this. We must speak to it.
All right.
Yeah.
So, agree. Three from each side, inclusive of. Again?
Speaker, it should be too inclusive of leadership. If it is the case, if my colleagues.
Exactly as stated.
He actually said.
No. You are listening to me, not him. He has no business here. I take care of managing the house, not any member. So,
Number 3, right?
3, inclusive of leadership. I start with Honorable
Mr. Speaker,
Ahmed.
who agree, but if they don't get the 3, you add the 3 to this side. Yes.
Our daughter, a lady. Oh, is that Honorable Bauer? Oh, I haven't seen you for some years.
No, Master, sit down.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Zanato Ajman Rollins.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. And unfortunately, once again, I'm having to speak from a different microphone because the microphone for the representative for the people of Kote Kole is still not working. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this video is pathognomonic of a situation that we're seeing across board. And I think that at the core of that, there have been 2 motions that we're yet to, see materialize regarding the criteria for recruitment into our security services. And I think that this is something that really has to be addressed with utmost seriousness and urgency, because we're starting to see the ripple effects of perhaps the lack of understanding of the various, I suppose, the philosophies of the security services that people belong to. And we're seeing that ripple effect that's manifesting as tensions between our security services and our civilian population. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that this is becoming the norm, and we have had too many people on the floor of Parliament speaking to this issue, and perhaps it's long overdue that a closer look is taken at the training program, the length of training, and the recruitment criteria that are being used to recruit and enlist the various officers into our security services, given the fact that the clashes are becoming, and given the fact that this is an election year and there's so much tension already, we really need to address this issue to avoid any such escalations and violence. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes. Can I take somebody from this side? Well, then I go back here and I'll recognize a gentleman, Honorable Dafiamapo.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, just about a month ago, you gave me opportunity to speak about similar activities of immigration officers that are cited on the boundary between myself, my constituency, and that of a soldier mine at Eskuma. Mr. Speaker, this incident, that is the subject of the statement before us, it's not in isolation. Indeed, the activities of immigration officers, particularly in the Volta region, leaves much to be desired. Mr. Speaker, when you gave me the opportunity about a month ago, I made a point that, for instance, between Sunyani and Kofi Bedu Krum, the border with the Ivory Coast, there's no immigration barrier. A distance of about 140 kilometers, there's no immigration barrier. There are a couple of police barriers, yes, but no immigration barrier. And yet you'll be traveling towards an international boundary. But the converse in the Volta region is terrible. We have between, Mr. Speaker, between that and the Eskuma barrier, we have 2 immigration barriers, in addition to police barriers and military barriers. After Eskuma barrier, between Eskuma and Vli, which is in the Hokwe district, We have additional 2 immigration barriers, one at Golokwati and at Vli. When you use the arterial road between Ho and back to Askuma, Honorable Podo is here. There are about 3 immigration barriers in his constituency alone. And there are about 3 more in Honorable Beja's constituency. And Mr. Speaker, all these immigration barriers are located within the interior, the interior of the Republic of Ghana, not located on the international boundary. When you use the arterial road from boom here, the Shama, the motorway roundabout, all the way to Aflao border, we have additional 3 immigration barriers. The first one you encounter will be at the Sugakope Bridge. Then 5 kilometers away, they are again located at Dabala. When you leave Dabala, Mr. Speaker, then you have 2 more before you get to the barrier, the international barrier at Aflao. And between Aflao and Ho, there are 3 more. That straddles Honorable Agbeve's constituency and Ketu North, Chairman Aveji's place. So the region is inundated with immigration barriers and officers. And we are okay. I mean, if we go through the barrier, it's okay. But the treatment they mete out to our people, you get to the immigration barrier, Mr. Speaker, you are asked to get out of the bus and travel and walk across the barrier. And you are searched as if you are national boundary, as though you are moving from Ghana to Togo. And the interrogation, are you a Ghanaian? And when people are simply moving from Agozume to say Dabala. But immigration officers will be searching them and asking them to produce their national ID cards, identity, citizenship, all manner of things. When perhaps people are simply visiting their paramours. I asked a question, you admitted it, and we brought the Interior Minister here, the Honorable Ambusderi, for him to explain the circumstances or the factors, yes, formally, the factors that account for citing immigration barriers, sometimes in close proximity to other immigration barriers. Some are so close, 5 kilometers, you meet another immigration barrier within a particular region. But he couldn't explain. He just came to speak to the matter and left. So I think we should look at the standards surrounding immigration barriers, the purposes, the reasons, and for which they are cited. We should receive fair treatment. We should receive fair treatment. The brutalization is too much. And because this house, over time, by an enactment, now permits immigration service or personnel within the immigration service to bear arms on the borders. They no longer patrol the borders alone with their arms. They now have come to town and are roaming in neighborhoods with the AK-47 in hand. And it's not proper. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, the Honorable Member for Ketu South, for bringing this matter to the attention of the House, especially because this is also an election year. This matter is so germane, we should look into it and avert such occurrences, particularly when we get near the date for the elections in December. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I thank you for the opportunity.
Your contribution is long.
Yes, Honorable former Majority Leader.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make a few comments about the statement and the video clip that has been shown to us. Mr. Speaker, our Constitution is unambiguous in its language, and Article 15 of the Constitution provides that the dignity of one shall be inviolable. And 2 says, no person shall, whether or not he is arrested, restricted, or detained, be subjected to a torture or other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. Be any other condition that detracts or is likely to detract from his dignity, and may I add, her dignity, and worth as a human being. The Speaker, the video clip that has been shown to us clearly is an affront to the humanity of the lady that we saw in the clip. However, Mr. Speaker, this is a clip that's been shown to us. We are not seized of the entire facts surrounding this. And that is why I will hasten to condemn whoever, notwithstanding what our eyes have beheld, certainly cannot be good for us as Ghanaians. Which is why, Mr. Speaker, I agree entirely with you that we should summon the minister responsible for the interior here to give us an account or a report of what indeed has occasioned this. And then the House, if we are not convinced or persuaded by what the minister comes to tell us, can take the matter to another level. The Speaker, I didn't hear you say is in respect of the time frame given to the minister. Maybe a week or 2 weeks, because the House will soon be adjourned. So if the House could maybe urge a time frame, I believe that it cannot go beyond 2 weeks, so that the minister comes to brief us. But Mr. Speaker, have we observed something? And our Constitution, in establishing the armed forces, also establishing the police service, and establishing the prison service, is silent on the creation of the immigration service and the fire service. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe the time has come for us to have a second look at this. Again, Mr. Speaker, we all do know that the framers of the Constitution, in their wisdom, they, having established the armed forces, provided for the Vice President to be the chairman of the Armed Forces Council, the Vice President to be the chairman of the Police Council, the Vice President to be the chairman of the Prison Service Council. In December 1996, after the conduct of election, the House was summoned to amend the Constitution to take the Vice President from the chairship of these very important. The Speaker, it's not for nothing that the framers of the Constitution so provided. These are very, very important national institutions. And we want the presidency to be responsible directly for the conduct of the personnel. And yet, if I may say so, in a fit of anger, because of what had happened between the then president and the then vice president, the House was summoned to do this. The Speaker, maybe the time has come for us, on account of these many incidents that are coming, that the House and indeed the nation should have a second look at this. Mr. Speaker, the Article 201A was amended, Article 206A was amended, and Article 211A was amended on the same day. Same day. Important constitutional provisions. I'm saying that these call for a national reflection. Mr. Speaker, having said that, let me add the element that one of the colleagues spoke to earlier with respect to what is happening in our boundaries. Mr. Speaker, there is a boundaries commission bill before us, and I think we should take it as a matter of urgency and endeavor to pass that bill as soon as possible. I'm told that the committee is meeting on it tomorrow. If it's possible to deal with it by the close of the week, or certainly maybe next week, because of things that are happening in the country. The account has been given to us is an internal matter. But at the borders, a lot of things are happening that we should reflect on, the Speaker, and have this bill as urgently as possible, so that we don't wake up one day to witness the unthinkable. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Clement Apak.
Most grateful. Hey, my friend, I'm your senior brother. I'm your senior brother. Why? Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for indulging me. Mr. Speaker, I wish to add my voice to the call that has been made and to sympathize with the lady who was being obviously harassed and abused by men who should know better. Mr. Speaker, I think this is becoming one too many. And I am particularly happy that the conversation has been broadened beyond the organization whose uniform the culprits were wearing in the video. Mr. Speaker, it is my considered view that we ought to look at the root cause of what we are witnessing with regards to this growing incidents of men and women in the security agencies abusing civilians. Mr. Speaker, I believe if we are to be sincere and honest to ourselves, we cannot have this conversation without looking at the recruitment processes. Mr. Speaker, in the past few years, it seems to be the case that the processes by which men and women are identified and recruited to be trained as members of our security agencies leaves a lot more to be desired. As a matter of fact, some of us believe that some of the factors influencing what we are seeing is because persons who don't qualify in terms of their personal attributes, their character, and their upbringing find ways into the security agencies. And that, I believe, is the reason why we are seeing these occurrences. So what we need to do as part of this effort is to ask for transparency and to ask for a proper published criteria by which people are recruited into these security agencies. Other than that, I am afraid that we will discuss this matter. The order you have given will be carried out, and yet we would have these instances repeating themselves because of the deficiencies with the recruitment processes. It is time we speak out against what is popularly known as protocol recruitment and politically influenced recruitments. so that those who have the requisite qualifications can be recruited and trained to serve Mother Ghana. Thank you for indulging me.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, let me show deep. And that's what.
Speaker, our leadership. It's time for our leadership. Yes.
I haven't stated so.
Oh, he hasn't come to leadership.
Oh, not yet.
I just gave him the
opportunity
because he was on his feet. So I gave him the opportunity. Yes, go on.
Speaker, first of all, my sympathies to our friend. My friend, Honorable Gomasi, and if I'm not far from right, your constituent, who clearly has been subjected to this seeming inhuman treatment. So I think our respected leader put matters in context. For me, when he walked us through memory lane, what has happened in this chamber before, our attempt as a country to amend portions of our laws specific to constitutional provisions that give some powers and oversight to the presidency or the vice president's office specifically. And the aftermath of that is a matter we cannot just wish away. I mean, in its attendant effect over time. And also put matters in context. I hear my colleague, Robert Apak, who, in my view, humble view, is not being fair, especially when he talks about recruitment process. And I hear I'm being very careful in my assessment of your observation. Fact be told, the recruitment process has always been told ahead of time. And I want to speak as an independent observer. The manner in which Ghanaians are recruited into the security services, the criteria has always been put out. Yes or no? Yes. The criteria has always been put out. So let's not create the impression that somebody is short-changing the process or somebody is having an undue advantage. No, that's my view. When you get the opportunity, express yours. It is interesting. I find it very interesting, Doctor. When you were in power, you didn't find anything wrong with it. Wrong. You know, from the outset, if we unnecessarily lace our argument with politics, secret trait, it will muddy the waters. Because when you were in power, you didn't find anything wrong with it. They'll put up qualification, how many passes and all that. That was fine. Then your time, it was fine. There was nothing wrong with that. Let me also take you memory lane. When students, your time, you were in power then, students were going on demonstration. Legon campus, I should read the statement. I mean, live bullets. You don't remember? Well, I am speaking by extension. Live bullets were shot at students.
But they are also
University of Ghana, it happened because then I was a news president, it happened. So, if it is the case that we want to question the professional conduct, you won't listen. Honorable Watson, listen to me. Listen. Have the patience to listen. When it happens, and the decision is that we should question the conduct of these security personnel, that's fine. But let the analysis be whole and absolute. Don't pick and choose. If we do that, then we'll be making progress. So all that I'm saying is that, the Honorable Gomashi, our hearts go out to you, and especially leader has given us, given some direction, that we should try and get the video in whole, because this was a scanty video that was shown, and we cannot judge based on this. We must get it in whole, and the speaker could not have directed better by saying that the video, the entire video, should be submitted to the Minister for Interior, and then he comes to this house to apprise the house. But let me conclude. I see my good friend, the Honorable Dr. Azaneto, itching to speak, but you should listen to me. You are itching to speak. Speaker, she also questions the recruitment process. Interestingly, that is the same tangent, Doctor. I don't know if the two of them met and exchanged notes. It's the same tangent the Honorable Apart is towing. Is it the case? Is it the case that we just want to condemn this personnel? I mean, these are professionals who have been trained. If, for me, for the period I've been in this house, this is the first time I'm hearing a formal complaint, hear me well, a formal complaint related to immigration officers. This is the first time. Formal. We may have made some comments in the media space, but this is the first time a member is making a formal complaint, to the best of my memory. So, Speaker, your directive is spot on. The minister should come. I'm sure business committee and leadership will aid in this regard. And then he comes to this house and brief us properly. As it should not just be briefing. We must get to the bottom of it. It shouldn't just be the minister comes, he speaks to us, and then the matter ends, and we all go home and sleep. No. Probably, Speaker, I will further suggest, if it pleases you, I will further suggest that the committee relevant should delve deeper into this matter and come out with all the nuance involved so that we can address this matter once and for all. But let nobody think, because you can have the best recruitment process. You can have the best recruitment process, yet you can have bad personnel who will misconduct themselves. That is also possible. So our hearts go out there to our colleague. And Speaker, you are right to have directed appropriately. But let's also lose sight of what our former leader directed our minds to. That at a certain period in our history, we hastened to amend portions of our constitution and took away some powers from the vice president in terms of oversight, because the vice president was mandated earlier on to play oversight over this institution as council chair, and we plowed those powers off. So probably we should revisit those amendments and then restate it how it was before. So I thank you for indulging.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I want to thank our colleague for making the statement. Mr. Speaker, if the video we have just watched, if the story behind it is what we have seen, I will take the opportunity to totally condemn the actions of the officers we've seen in that particular video. Mr. Speaker, I agree that the entire immigration service is not at fault. Indeed, there could be bad elements in every organization. And so we should be careful when we are talking about this. But Mr. Speaker, some colleagues have raised very serious concerns. And it must start from that place. One of the reasons I agree with you entirely, Mr. Speaker, that the Interior Minister must appear before the House is to actually find out, Mr. Speaker, apart from the recruitment process, what actually it takes for somebody to be recruited, sent to training, and how long that training is supposed to take before the person passes out. Because, Mr. Speaker, ever so often we hear, oh, these people came 3 weeks, they are on the street in a uniform as immigration officers, as police. Is it the case that the content of the training is problematic? If so, Mr. Speaker, we need to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, when he was NUC's president, there was an incident by the police during a demonstration. Mr. Speaker, the video shown by Honorable Jifa was not at a demonstration. This is not a brutality during a demonstration. Mr. Speaker, we've all been to demonstrations before. And in any case, he said that was a policeman against a student. This woman was being brutalized in her own community when she was not at a demonstration. Mr. Speaker, I had my own experience. Mr. Speaker, any Friday or Saturday, if I move from Accra to Ho, 165 kilometers, on average, I get stopped 7 times. 3 of those stops are at immigration posts. One of them is what Honorable Dapameko spoke about. Mr. Speaker, under which law is an immigration service supposed to mount a barrier at Asikuma? Ask sick people who have been referred from Ho Government Hospital to Kolebu. Everybody come out of the car. Search everybody and tell them to walk across the barrier, and the car drive to the other side of the barrier before they sit on the car, whether it's raining or shining. What is the issue? Asikuma is nowhere near any border. So what exactly is it that the immigration officials are looking for? Mr. Speaker, the worst one is when I get stopped on Adomi Bridge by immigration officer. Then I ask, why are you stopping me? He said they have been asked to stop everybody. He said, I'm going to Adaklu. What am I supposed to be an illegal immigrant from Accra escaping to Togo? He said because the barrier, he said because of people coming from Aflao. These are their words. And I'm like, in any case, is there any law in this country that says that if you are a Togolese, you are not allowed to be in Ghana? Mr. Speaker, the mindset of some officials of immigration and some of the forces, whenever they are approaching that side of the country, is wrong, Mr. Speaker. That is the mindset. Mr. Speaker, under no circumstances should we go through this inside our country. When an immigration officer stops you at Asikuma, begin to search your bag. I mean, Mr. Speaker, this is just not right, and the minister responsible must deal with this. Mr. Speaker, I also heard the respected majority leader talk about the fact that it could be that because at a point in time we had a law that says the chairman of the immigration service was the vice president. The removal of that in 1996 could be this, the result of this. Mr. Speaker, in a certain era, we had a vice president who was the chairman of the economic management team. But within that period, the economy of that country tanked.
The banks collapsed.
I'm not saying it's not Ghana. I said in another country. Okay.
Just calm down. Yes, please.
The Speaker, I made a statement that when the Vice President was in charge of the forces, then there was direct responsibility placed under the presidency, that perhaps because of what is happening these days, we should look at it again. That's the import of what I said. Don't make your own extrapolations and draw your own conclusions. This is a house of records.
I get him very right well. So I'm saying that during another era, a vice president was the chairman of the economic management team within that era. Mm-hmm. During that era, the banks collapsed. Mm-hmm. The economy tanked. Mm-hmm. Is it the case that the vice president being the chairman of those things could have solved the problem? If that is the case, then that era, that vice president didn't actually acquit himself well of being the chairman of those organizations. So reinstating the vice president to those wouldn't have solved the problem. But you know the era. You know the era. Mr. Speaker, I also saw in this house, we all agreed that at a point in time, our immigration officials, if you compare with our counterparts from other countries, if you notice, they are armed. The fact that our immigration officials are not armed does not give them a fair fighting chance on the borders. So we in this house made a law and say that let's arm our immigration officers so that they can compare favorably in terms of defending us on the borders. But Mr. Speaker, when I see an immigration officer with AK-47 in his hand and using his left hand assaulting a woman in the woman's constituency, that is not what we arm them for. Is it the case that I'm supposed to believe that today immigration officials are supposed to become like the army, another version of the army, holding AK-47, roaming communities in this country? There could be a situation where specific issues could lead the immigration officers into communities to conduct special operations. We agree on that. But Mr. Speaker, I'm telling you, I come from a near border situation, and the immigration officials, some of them, their conduct are becoming different from what the immigration service asked them to do. I am not saying all immigration officers are like that. And my prescription is that perhaps it's because of the speed at which they are recruited and trained. Maybe we need to look at the content of their training. But it's called, Mr. Speaker, everybody knows. Sometimes when even the police officer stops you, the language in which they speak to you and their conversation tells you, even the DEC they claim they have submitted is questionable. Because it's not based on any proper, diplomatic language. Calm down. They stop you as if, in fact, the way they stop you is as if there's something wrong. So when they stop me, I said, is there a problem? They said, we are doing our work. Allow us to do our work. I said, who is stopping you from doing your work? So, Mr. Speaker, it is very important for our colleague, the Interior Minister, to take these things on board, because somebody said, Mr. Speaker, we are going into an election. If the ordinary person have the mindset that the people who are trained and mandated to protect us, to carry out our civic duties at elections, have become people who could actually impede that process and sometimes assault us, Mr. Speaker, it is possible that people may begin to find alternative ways of protecting themselves. Let us not get there before we regret it. Let the immigration service do their professional job. Yes, you said it is possible. It is possible that if an immigration officer is armed, assaulting anybody in Adaklu, we shall defend ourselves. Because the Constitution says, defend yourself against oppressor's rule. So if an immigration officer takes an unlawful order, we shall defend ourselves. So let us take this advice and do the right thing. No amount of military, police, immigration force will be greater than the power of the civilians. Let this lesson be learned. In Kenya, the soldiers were there. We shouldn't talk about Kenya. Okay, we'll not talk about Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I comment in the statement, and I agree that let the immigration service take the necessary steps if the video we've seen is as a result of misconduct of those officers. Let's punish them and let's actually make sure that we protect the image of the immigration service against the individuals who are misconducting themselves. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable members, with your kind indulgence, my attention has been drawn to the lack of timelines in the directive I gave. And I'm proposing that the Minister of Interior should report back to the House by latest 29th July 2024. That is before this House goes on recess. Is that okay with us? Because he has to investigate the matter. And as we said, the report will not just be a brief, but comprehensive. And members will be given the opportunity to raise issues where they think that there are some things left undone. But let me assure members that it's within our power to call back the Immigration Act and have a second look at it if we think that there are some provisions that have unnecessarily giving them some powers that are being abused, we are at liberty to call it back and amend it. Definitely, that will not be making any additional charge on the consolidated fund, and we are entitled to do that. Let it be known that the law, we are ultimately responsible. We are to be held responsible, not the executive, but Parliament. Please, let's all try to go by the golden rule. The golden rule is established in our holy books, whether it's the Holy Quran or the Holy Bible. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. Please, it is no longer that the evil that men do leaves after them. No. The situation we are in now is that the evil that men do lives with them and after them. It lives with you. It's not that you go and leave it for anybody to suffer. You will suffer the consequences before you go. That's what we have now. But as somebody who was part of the 1996 Constitutional Amendment, I want to share this information with you. The challenge we had was that the constitutional experts who actually drafted the major constitutional framework for the Consultative Assembly proposed a president and a prime minister. And the prime minister is the one that was given authority to be in charge of the government. And so the positions that were given to the prime minister included heading these security agencies. The prime minister was to be the chair of the security agencies. At the Consultative Assembly, for whatever reason, they opted out to take out the prime minister and to substitute that with vice president. But the vice president in the structure they created is not the one in charge of the government. It's the president that is in charge of the government. And so that differences has really caused some imbalances in our constitution. And that is why some of us keep on urging, and I'm happy the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs has taken this matter up again and trying to drum it home that we should, as a matter of agency, revise the 1992 Constitution. It's very important. If not, we are having a lot of challenges with some of the provisions as a result of these early disagreements. Honorable members, a number of you have complained to me that you meet some of these security personnel and even some other officials, and when you say, oh, I'm a member of parliament, the response you get is that, and so what? And so what? You see, I think that this problem is not in our stars. It's in ourselves. How we also conduct ourselves. Will they ever tell a judge, after the judge has introduced himself or herself, no, I'm a judge of the High Court or so and so, that, and so what? Will they also say that to a minister? Can they say that? Why is that then they say that to the members of parliament? We need to look at it first. If there are other challenges above us, then we look at those challenges. But I want to employ all of you, pleading with all of you, to let's conduct ourselves as leaders of state. And sometimes when you are doing this on the floor, they look at it and they assess you. And so when you go and you say, I'm a member of parliament, and they know that on the floor of the house, there is no difference between you and the kindergarten people. It's not me using the language, it's the public. I met them and they said that they sat down and listened to the parliamentary listen, and the way people conducted themselves were like, they were even worse than kindergarten pupils. I was, and they were talking to me, the speaker, for me to know that this is their view. And so I'm pleading with you, please, don't take this duty lightly. They don't understand that you are friends. They don't understand what you do outside together. That you are really very good, intimate friends. They see what you do here, and that's what they use to judge you. And I know a number of members of parliament who have opted out, that they won't contest again because the way things have deteriorated. I'm lucky and also unfortunate to be presiding over such a parliament. Hung parliament. Very difficult to manage, but I think we've done well. I can only say that in these things, let's try to empower the Ghana Armed Forces. Because if we had empowered them, we may not even need to ask immigration officers to carry arms. At any time, the Ghana Armed Forces could be used if there's any threat to the borders. You see, because that one, we know how to handle it. The report on Adjournment is before the House, and we'll be taking it before we go. So the Ghana Armed Forces, by the nature of the services, are trained to use force. So that one, you will not blame them. But for services, please, let's continue to serve. I think with this, I want to reiterate the directive, and I want to call on the clerk to act immediately by communicating the statement and the audiovisual to the Minister of Interior, and calling on him to take immediate action and to report back to this House not later than the 29th of July 2024. Honorable members, with this, I thank you for your contribution. We will move on to, yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, if you may indulge me, we should be moving on to item 11R on page 13. Page 13, item 11R, after which we proceed to take consideration of the National Service Bill on page 36.
Please, you said page 13.
So yes, 13, 11R. R for Roman, yeah. R, yes.
R for Rome.
Yes.
Romeo is longer than Rome. Yes, honorable members, we are called upon to take item 11R at page 13 of the order paper, and that's by the chairman of the committee.
36th report of the Appointments Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as Deputy Minister.
Honorable members, the paper is accordingly presented to the House and is for distribution to all members of Parliament. Yes, please.
We have page 36, item 62.
Honorable members, page 36, item number 62, the National Service Authority Bill 2024 at the consideration stage. I will call on the First Deputy Speaker to take the chair so that I can go and commit myself to some more urgent business. I want to reiterate what I stated earlier on, that members of the Committee on Selection should immediately after adjournment meet me in my conference room for us to finalize the report for tomorrow. Honorable members, the National Service Authority Bill at the consideration stage. From the order paper, the House is at clause 18 of the bill, clause 1(8). Clause 1(8), Secretary to the Board. There is a number of proposed amendments to clause 18 of the bill, and they stand in the name of the chairman of the committee. So, Chairman, you may proceed to move the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 18, amendment proposed, subclause 1, delete, and insert the following as advertised. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is moved. Is for the consideration of the House, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, clause 18, the motion has been moved and seconded. It was considered by the House and the debate was to continue. So it is not for the chairman to move the amendment. It has already been moved and debated, and the debate is supposed to continue. So let the record.
You are right. You are right. Yes. I hand over to First Deputy Speaker. Is debate to continue?
Well, Chairman, may I seek your guidance? Which item were you referring to? Item 8. 1(8). Page 36. Very well. Okay. Yes. Item I, clause 18, debate to continue. Yes. Any more contributions? Yes, Honourable Member for.
Mr. Speaker, I made the point that limiting the position of secretary to the board to only legal officers is contrary to best practice elsewhere. And I stated that the Chartered Institute of Secretaries and Administrators in a number of blue chip companies elsewhere, secretaries to the board must have the profession. It will be an advantage if a lawyer has that qualification, but the qualification should be professional and not just legal. It's not every lawyer who has 10 years experience has corporate experience. And this is a pure corporate position, sir. I want to reiterate that. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Tamale South.
Speaker, thank you very much. Mine is to persuade the Honourable Kobnap Donkor to abandon his position To the extent that he has read clause 18, the amendment will read that the secretary to the board is the head of the legal department of the authority. So if that passes and you are head of a legal department, how can you put in somebody without legal background to head the legal department? So long as the amendment passes that the secretary to the board is the head of the legal department, then necessarily the qualification has to be a basic minimum qualification in law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Anymore? Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
For 18, I think we have two amendments being sponsored by the chairman of the committee. And it's in respect of 18.1. The first one says, the president shall, in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, appoint a lawyer of not less than 10 years standing at the bar as the secretary to the board. And then you have 2, Roman number 2. The secretary to the board is the head of the legal department of the authority. Mr. Speaker, my little worry is this. If we have 18, the second one, the secretary to the board is the head of the legal department of the authority. If we may not then need 195. Sorry, we may not then need the earlier one, because it's the president who is going to appoint all the board members. Yes. So in that regard, we may not need the first one, but then just the second one. And then, because the president is going to have to appoint the other board members with where the secretary would be, then we may not need to capture it in another provision. Other than that, I believe the principle is well understood.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the argument the last time was on the appointment of the secretary to the board. That is the president. And I think the argument also went that if we allow president to be even appointing secretaries to the board, it will have some consequences. So we should limit the appointment of the secretary to the board. We didn't resolve that matter. So I was thinking that that's what we are going to resolve first before we move forward. Should we allow the president to appoint a secretary? What about if that board's term is over? Is the secretary going away with the board? And it will create some institutional memory challenges. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like us to solve that matter first. Do we ask the board to appoint the secretary so that the president does not have any hand in this? I think that's what we should resolve first before we move forward. Thank you.
Yes. The firm first.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, I am worried about as a house. This provision is a standard provision that we enact in nearly every legislation that we've passed. And yet every time when we get to this stage, we'll be struggling as to which uniform provision we should have. Mr. Speaker, we just passed the National Road Authority Act. We crafted a similar provision in it. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand the Ghana Standards Authority Act 2022. There's a similar provision in it. So I don't know why we burn ourselves and waste a lot of precious time haggling over which provision should feature where in respect of this matter. I think the drafting office should have a standard provision on these matters, meeting of the board, board compost, all those things, so that when we get to this stage, we just make progress, quick progress.
Well, but the real issue has been whether we want the president to appoint a secretary as he appoints the chief executive. Or, as for the secretary being the secretary to the board, I don't think there's an issue. The issue really is whether we want the president to appoint the secretary. I mean, as in actually, I'm talking about the president appointing all board members. I think it's a matter of course. But because we also introduced that the Article 195 issue, that has become the challenge. But otherwise, all board members will be appointed by the president anyway. Let me listen to somebody.
If I may read the provision.
Anyway,
very well.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the amendment. I say so because, as other colleagues have elucidated, what is being proposed is not new and will not be unique to the bill under consideration. And Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, we have spent reasonable time on clause 18. I mean, this is almost the third time that we are having to debate what should be properly captured as clause 18. And so I would want to plead that we perhaps put this matter to a vote so that we can agree and then make progress. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I should think that even the promoters of this bill support the thinking in the proposed amendment proposed by the chairman. Mr. Speaker, if you avert your mind to even 19, even though we are not there, appointment of other staff, the president shall, in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, appoint other staff of the authority. So why do you want to tie the president's hands when it comes to secretary to the board? Is the secretary not other staff? Then, Mr. Speaker, if you read Article 195 well, it vests the power of appointment into the public service in the president. So with your indulgence, I'll read 195. Subject to the provisions of this constitution, the power to appoint persons to hold or to act in an office in the public services shall vest in the president. So second is into the public service. The power is vested in the president. My understanding is that even in previous institutions this House have created, this has been the standard practice. So, Dr. Kobna, abandon your amendment, let the chairman's amendment fly, and Mr. Speaker, let's make progress. Even 19 contemplates that other staff will be appointed by the president. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. There appear to be, Honorable Kobana has not filed any amendment, so he doesn't have any amendment to speak to. But he just has an issue with limiting secretary to the board to the lawyer. But I think we have agreement on what we want. We want a secretary to the board who is a lawyer. I think we should leave the rest to the draft persons to capture it so that we make progress. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I was just going to draw on consistency. We just dealt with the National Roads Authority Bill. It's about the same formulation, the same language. That in fact, there, I think the formulation was Solicitor Secretary. And then it was changed to a secretary who shall be a lawyer. I think the same formulation has repeated itself. So we can't just be, hopping from one place to the other. Let's be consistent.
Very well. So we know what we want. I'll direct the draft persons to draft section 18 or clause 18 in the adopted style of presenting bills in the House. I'll so direct. Now I'll proceed. Item III, clause 35.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 35, amendment proposed, line 2, delete, for purposes of national service. This is to align with the recent Parliament, with the recent changes that we've made already in the bill. Yeah. So we
have done clause 35 already.
Yes. 36, clause 36. Clause 36, amendment proposed, subclause 2, paragraph A, line 2. Delete or and insert and. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, for the consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item V. Amendment proposed. Chairman of the committee. Chairman, speak to your mic.
Yes. Subclause 2, paragraph B, delete and insert the following, as advertised. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment? Yes, Leader.
Yes, Speaker, do we need to even have be broken down the way it's been done? Because elsewhere, it's a provision for a regional or district office of the authority to be established. So it's just to obtain the certificate of national service of that person at the relevant office of the authority. Because we have indicated earlier that we could have further to the national head office, the regional or district office of the authority. So you obtain the certificate of national service of that person at the relevant office of the authority. As simple as that. Because in certain instances, it may even be become necessary for the person to take the certificate from the head office of the national service. So just say the relevant office of the authority.
Yes, Chairman. The proposal is that instead of specifying specific office, just insert at the appropriate office of the authority.
Mr. Speaker, it used to be like that in the old law, but it was abused according to the national service personnel. That was because persons that have finished their national service sometimes find it difficult to obtain their certificate, except only when head office sends it to them or they come to the head office. That is why the committee is saying that it should be given to the district and municipal heads who can also, but whoever wishes to come to the head office, fine.
Yes,
Speaker, there is a problem with 36, and probably, as you may want, the draft person can look at it. First of all, you want the authority to award a certificate of national service. Speaker, I was finding out from the Honorable Bernard Ahiafo that award and present, are they the same? The university has awarded you a certificate or a degree. There is a ceremony where it is presented to you. So we must be looking at award and present. That is what I would have tidied up in 36, line 1. Not just award. You have finished national service, so you are entitled to it. They must award and present it to you. But Mr. Speaker, the second leg of my problem is, must you obtain the certificate at regional district level? Yes, but it must be a remittance from the national secretariat to the regional secretariat to the person who has completed national service. Not in the language we've put it here. You cannot ask district officers that award certificate. They must allow the national office to validate and authorize them to so award it to the person. That would be my thinking practically.
Yes, Hotobe.
Mr. Speaker, that particular 36, I think it should rather be the authorities shall issue, not award. Yeah, shall issue.
That's correct. Because if the thing is awarded, it remains.
Yes, Chairman.
That's the owner.
So, you're talking about 36(1), is that right? The authority shall issue a certificate of national service as set out in the second schedule to a person who completes. Is that right? Very well. So I'll put a question. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, the reason adduced by the chairman cannot really support the amendment being proffered.
Leader, we are taking it one by one. Now, I'm taking 36(1). The issuance.
The issuance to me is
so I'll put a question on the issuance, then we come to where you can take it. So, all in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now to 36(2), where the proposed amendment is to delete, that has been taken, right? Now item V, 36, subclause 2, delete and set the following new one. Yes, leader, let me hear your argument again.
Mr. Speaker, the matter that I am raising has to do with the reason adduced by the chairman. It says, when I said that breaking B down into these two parts, obtain the certificate of national service of that person, one at the head office of the authority, and B, a regional or district office of the authority. He is saying that it was being abused when people had to take the certificate from the head office. Already the amendment that you are proffering indicates that they could take it from the head office of the authority. It's there. And that is why I was saying that if the head office of the authority, the regional or district office, could issue the national service certificate, then you could only say that B should just simply read, obtain the certificate of national service of that person at the relevant office of the authority. Because what he is talking about, that, when they were taking it from the head office, it was being abused. So we are now decentralizing and taking it to the regional and district offices. But B, Roman number 1, still has the head office of the authority. And that is why I'm saying that in that regard, we are talking about the issuance by the relevant authority, whether it's at the national level or the regional level or the district level.
Leader, my understanding of the issue raised by the chairman is that it used to be the case that it is only the head office. It was only at the head office that one could obtain a certificate. And because of that, there was always pressure. I did my national service at Nkranza. When I finished, I came to practice law in Kofrodia. To date, I have never received a certificate. If I want my certificate, I should go to the head office, who may not have a record of what I did in Nkranza. So, rather, it should be practicable for everyone to apply for your certificate at where the service. And that's where you are suggesting that we don't need to particularize the region and the district, but at the relevant office.
If you could take it from the district or region or national, it will be subsumed in the word relevant office of the authority. Now, Mr. Speaker, the point that he's stressing, that it must be taken from the district of the authority in the region where the person that took the national service, that closing phrase has even been taken out. The original had it this way: obtain the certificate of national service of that person at a regional or district office of the authority in the region where the person undertook the national service. This new formulation has taken that one away.
Well, I understand you that we may add in the region or district where the person, but knowing us with all our idiosyncrasies, if you don't specify it, they will take it back to the head office. And it will be difficult for people to, at the office, the regional district office where the person of it is performing service. Yes, Honorable.
Speaker, I am surprised to hear that the chairman said hitherto you could only obtain your certificate only from the headquarters. That may not be so. I did national service, the first one, '06 form, in Ho in 1996. I obtained my national service certificate from the district office because upon the completion of the service, you apply. There's a form that you fill. It is processed and you are given a time within which to come for it. Now, when I finished the post-degree national service in 2001, again after the service, I obtained the certificate from the district office. Again, I did it at home, and I got that certificate from the district office. So, in amending the existing legislation or improving the existing legislation, we can only improve the processes of obtaining your certificate after serving. We cannot say that it used to be only obtainable from the headquarters. That's why I agree with the honorable member for Suami that then we should just indicate that from the relevant office. But in that case, we haven't indicated whether or not it is upon application. So if it is upon application, it will depend on where you put in the application for the certificate. If you come to the head office to apply, you should be able to obtain it. Is there? Okay, then I'm guided. Thank you.
Yes, no. Let me listen to Dr. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I agree with Honorable Dafiamepo and the position of making it available at those levels, the head office or any place, because the rendering here is saying that if you did it in Bolga and you had come to Accra, in order to obtain it, you should apply for it in Bolga, and that may be too cumbersome. So to overcome that, we should render it in such a manner that it will indicate that at the regional, district, or the national level, it should be available for you to apply. Yes. And in relation to that, we have, like the National Teaching Council, today, the whole license is issued to the person electronically. So as a result, that a process can be used. But I think when we begin to incorporate technology processes into things, when the technology becomes obsolete, then we don't know what to do. So to make it straightforward, I think that the rendering of at the regional and district level will be the best, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Very well, so I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now the question on clause 36 as variously amended. Is that clause 36 as amended shall stand part of the bill? All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 36 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 37.
Failure to complete national service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 37, amendment proposed. Subclause 3, delete and insert the following as advertised. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. I'll put the question. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item VII, amendment proposed. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 37, amendment proposed. Subclause 5, delete. 38. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, all in favor of deleting clause 37, subclause 5, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 37, as variously amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 37, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 38.
Prohibition of employment of persons required to undertake national service.
Amendment proposed. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 38, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, line 3, after session insert 34. Mr. Speaker, this is to correct the omission. The rate of penalty is too high. That's why the committee decided that we will adjust it to comply with other standards. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Honourable members, all in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item IX. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 38, amendment proposed. Subclause 3, line 2, delete 10 and insert 5. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, all in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 38 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 38 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 39.
User agency fee.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 30, amendment proposed. Closing phrase, line 4, after personnel insert, as determined by the authority. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Now, members, for the consideration of the House, all in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 39 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 39 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 40.
Mode of application.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 40. I'll put a question. All in favor of clause 40 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 40 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 41.
Appeals.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 41, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, line 1. Delete authority, insert Director General. And in line 3, delete both occurrences of authority and insert Director General. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted us to go back to 40, but maybe when you finish 41. I see something materially wrong with the construct for 40.
You mean clause 40?
Yes.
Very well. Let's finish with 41 and then I will go back to it. Honourable members, the proposed amendments are for the consideration of the House. Yes.
I support the amendment. The rationale is that we are talking about appeal to the authority. if you are appealing against the decision of the authority is a juristic person for which the alter ego is the board. So you are appealing against the decision of the board to the board. So we are talking about administrative decisions taken at the level of the Director General. When you are dissatisfied, then it is that appeal that will have to go to the authority, meaning the board. Hence, the deletion of the authority from the rendition and substituting it with the Director General.
Honourable members, all in favour of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XII. Amendment proposed, Chairman. We are still on 41.
Yeah. I think we finished with 41.
No, there's one more.
Oh, okay. So.
Yes, Chairman. Item XII.
Clause 41. Amendment proposed. Subclause 2, line 1. Delete 10 and insert 21. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, for the consideration of the House. Yes.
We realize that the 10 days may be too short to take a decision on the appeal, so it should rather be 21 days.
All in favour of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 41 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favour, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 41 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, I'll return to clause 40. Honourable Minister for Parliamentary Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, 40 provides an application under this Act shall be made in writing in a form determined by the authority or electronically on the website of the authority. I think that is how it's captured. Is that not the case? An application made under this Act shall be made in writing in a form determined by the authority or electronically. I think how it's been captured is a bit confusing because
I don't know how the website comes in.
It may appear as if the determination could be done electronically, but that is not the intent of it. An application under this Act shall be made in writing in a form determined by the authority or electronically. Is an application that could be made electronically on the website. So rather, it should read an application under this Act shall be made in writing or electronically on the website of the authority in a form determined by the authority. I think that's a better way of constructing it.
But I can't see where the website comes in.
The application.
The application will be posted on the website?
No, so you make the application electronically.
And posted on the website?
Mr. Speaker, that is part of the confusion. And
I think we should remove electronically from it altogether. We should remove the website from it.
If you remove the website, because it's electronic, if you remove the website, then really the whole arrangement should change. An application under this Act shall be made in writing or electronically in a form determined by the authority.
That's it. Yeah.
In a form determined by the authority. Because the way it is formulated is a bit of confusion.
Honourable members, for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Deputy Leader.
Yes, if I listen to the former majority leader, what the rendition he was trying to bring was in writing or online, as determined by the authority. But once you brought out electronically, it also gives me a little bit of, but so I thought that is a better rendition than what is here.
So you are suggesting that we should delete electronically and insert online?
It's writing or online?
Online can be confusing.
Okay. So electronically?
Yes, so I think electronically is better.
Then we can go with rendition.
Yes. Other members, did the table office get the rendition correctly? If you did, I'll put the question. Very well. So the question is, all in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, the question on clause 40 is, clause 40 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 40 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 42 and clause 43, there are no proposed amendments to them. Unless there's any amendments proposed now, I'll put the question. The question is clauses 42 and 43. Very well, kindly read them out. Clause 42.
Regulations.
Clause 40.
Administrative guidelines.
Honourable members, clauses 42 and 43 are ordered to stand. All in favor of clause 42 and 43 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 42 and 43 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 44.
Interpretation.
Item XIII, amendment proposed. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 44, amendment proposed. Interpretation for state-owned enterprises. Oh, sorry. Clause 44, amendment proposed. Interpretation for minister. Delete responsible for education and insert assigned responsibility for national service. I so move, Mr. Speaker. This is to provide flexibility in the assignment of the ministerial responsibility for the authority, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Very well. Yes, Honourable Minister for Parliamentary Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, before we get there, 43, there's no amendment proposed. Administrative guidelines. Do we legislate for this?
Do we what?
Do you legislate for administrative guidelines? Regulations, yes. But we legislate for administrative guidelines to be given by the authority. I'm not too sure that this is very usual. It will stop with regulations and then we come to.
You're probably dealing with legislative instrument. Yes.
Speaker, on clause 44, an amendment has been proposed. I would suggest that we deal with the amendment proposed in clause 44, then we can come back to 43 and deal with 43.
Let's finish with 44 and we'll come back to the 43. Yes, Chairman. Yes, you're on your feet, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment, but with a further proposed amendment. Mr. Speaker, the amendment is just to delete education so that we don't make it static. If tomorrow national service will be under youth and sports, then we'll have to come here and amend the law in the sense that a minister has been defined to be a minister responsible for education. So we just want to give a simple definition that minister in this case means minister responsible for national service, so that the issue of assigned responsibility is neither here nor there. Any minister that is responsible for national service is the minister referred to.
Yes, honourable members, for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the amendment, as further amended by the Honourable Bernard Ahiafo. Mr. Speaker, for obvious practical reasons, as we know in the history of our republic, we have instances where ministries are merged or balkanized. And so it only makes sense that we consider this as we are making this law, so that we would avoid a situation where, as he rightly pointed out, someday a government will decide that the National Service Authority should be of the Ministry of Agric instead of the Ministry of Education, or so to speak. So I think this proposal is anticipating such possibilities, which are evidence-based, if you look at our history. And I think it is the right thing to do, to foretell that occurrence from taking place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So the final rendition is that a minister would now mean minister responsible for national service. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against that say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XIV. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 44, amendment proposed. Interpretation for state-owned enterprise. Line 3, delete owned, insert and or, partially held or controlled. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, for the consideration of the House. But, Chairman, what do you mean by partially held or controlled? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the definition of state-owned does not mean the state should wholly own it. So if it is partially owned by the state, it qualifies as state-owned under the Companies Act 2019, Act 992. But the rendition that we have here states that state-owned enterprises means an entity, whether incorporated or not, under the Companies Act 2019, Act 992, whose shares are wholly owned by the state. So the question, therefore, is that what happens if the state has 90% share?
So we are talking about the partially owned is the shares?
Yes, the shares.
Very well.
Yes. So where we have wholly, then you put or partially. That should be the amendment. Wholly or partially owned by the state.
Oh, okay. Honourable members. Yes, leader.
But, Mr. Speaker, 44 here, the amendment being profit says that we should delete owned and insert or partially held or controlled.
I think that.
So what
the
what
proposed
then would be?
He is proposing further amendment. Instead of partially held or controlled, the shares which are partially owned. Is that right? Yes.
So in that case, it should be wholly or partially owned.
Yes. Not
so we are
held.
not deleting the owned. That is what is there.
That's why I am proposing a further amendment, and I have read the new rendition to be state-owned enterprise means an entity, whether incorporated or not, under the Companies Act 2019, Act 992, whose shares are wholly or partially owned by the state.
That is the rendition which we are to consider now. Yes, yes, Honourable Oforikrum.
Speaker, to be educated on partial ownership. So if the state owns 20% of shares, it's partial ownership. And so would that come under the definition of state-owned?
Yes, that is the proposed.
Is that the understanding that it doesn't matter the number of shares? Okay. All right. If that's the understanding, that's fine.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the rendition used under the SEGA Act is state interest. no longer state-owned. If the state owns 5%, 10%, 20% in an entity, it is said the state has interest, and that is why it is state interest and governance, state interest.
No, but we're talking about ownership, so
Yes.
shares.
Yes.
Shares represent interest.
Yes, if the state owns 20% in an entity, for example, EcoBank, it's not state-owned. It doesn't fall under the state-owned category. The state has interest.
Yes, the state has interest.
Yes,
but
not
that interest is defined here.
Yes, so
to
it
mean state-owned because you're going to request to send people there. The only reason why you send national service persons there is that the state has interest, which you call state-owned.
Yes, but that entity is not state-owned. That is the distinction.
That is the definition. That definition, we are defining state-owned to include even where our interest is part.
Yes.
Not wholly.
You see, Mr. Speaker, this House passed the SIGA Act, and it is important that we go back to it. You see, the nomenclature is changing. The nomenclature has changed from interest rather than owned. And all I'm saying is that, especially where it is partial, and especially when it is minority, we just state has interest, and it captures what we want to do without necessarily using a state-owned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Other members, I'll put the question. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say, oh, sorry. Yes, Dr. Tevia.
Mr. Speaker, I share the same sentiments. If the state has 20% in it, in an organization, it is state interest. But the person who is undertaking national service there should pay to the state, should not be paid by the national service as a state entity. Rather, it's a private entity, and the state only has a partial interest in that. That's my position anyway. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, members, we are only defining what we call state-owned. So we are categorizing. We have 100% state-owned. We have 90%. So can I ask any interest with the state, we call it state-owned. It's different from SIGA. SIGA is which you're technically describing your interest in businesses. It's different from just defining something to give categorization of agencies you can send national service persons to. I'll put the question now. I think we've gone through this. Let me hear you. What is it?
Mr. Speaker, if you take all the mines in Ghana, every single mining company, the state has taxed. Do we call them state-owned? All the mines, every mine in Ghana, the Ghanaian state has 10% carried interest. Do we call them state-owned? They have state interest.
We are not calling them state-owned. We are defining what we mean by state-owned when we use it in this law. That's all. Other members, I'll put the question. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, initially I was thinking that what is contained in the bill is appropriate. But after listening to Dr. Kwame Donko and his insistence, I guess I'm wavering a bit. And I'm saying so because Parliament is required to provide oversight on such enterprises. Now, it used to be state-owned enterprises in our own orders. We have changed it. The new orders. Now we are saying that it rather should be a committee on state interest. Public administration and state interest. I'm trying to fathom how to marry the two. Even though I agree that this bill is defining state-owned enterprises for a particular purpose. But then, where do you locate Parliament? In the conduct of oversight, for instance. I have a bit of a difficulty because we have migrated. And when we're dealing with the orders, these matters came up. But we have now settled on state interest. That's a bit of a difficulty for me. But
Have we used state interest in the bill? We are defining what is in the bill, not general application. If you have not used state enterprise in the bill, unless we categorize everything we have called state-owned, state interest. But I think that it's too late in the day. So this definition, in my view, will fit that purpose.
You are very right. Definitions according to particular laws can be different. They said according to this law, when we say state, what do you call it? State-owned, this is what it means according to this law. So we are not looking for a generic definition of the definition for everything in every law. Exactly. Yeah.
Honourable members, I'll put the question. All in favour of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now I'll put the question on the entire clause 40. No, sorry, there's XV. Item XV. Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 44. Amendment proposed. As advertised, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Members, proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. I'll put the question. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, XVI. Amendment proposed by the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, this has to do with the use of the term emergency response. And this is what we have proffered, that emergency response includes an immediate systematic action to deal with an unexpected or dangerous occurrence on people, property, or the environment, and B, defend the institutions within Ghana, and B, the unity and stability of Ghana where necessary. The Speaker, really to deal with the imperatives of Article 41 and also 3.3, Article 3, Clause 3 of the Constitution. Because we are limiting this to tertiary, post-tertiary education institutions, that is the graduates. But then where national service has been specifically used in the Constitution is in respect of Article 41H. So we have sought to cover that by the inclusion of this, so that it complements what you have done. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think after B, Roman number 2, the where necessary should be pulled down so that it will affect, it will be the closing phrase, so that it will affect both B1 and 2, B Roman number 1 and B Roman number 2.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I support the proposed amendment, but it is not only necessary. It should be where necessary. That should become the closing phrase. Where necessary. And all the provisions, where necessary, become the closing phrase.
Excuse me, I want to understand you. Emergency response includes an immediate systematic action to where necessary. No, it won't fit. It won't fit. It has to be at the end.
Mr. Speaker, if I should go, emergency response includes an immediate systematic action to A, deal with an unexpected or dangerous occurrence on people, property, or the environment, and B, a systematic action to defend the institutions within Ghana, and B, Roman number 2, to defend the unity and stability of Ghana. And then, as I said, we pull the where necessary down so that it will not affect just the B Roman number 2. The Speaker, that's what I'm saying.
Very well. So I'll put the question. Honourable members, the proposed amendment for the consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now I'll put the question on the entire clause 44. And the question is, clause 44 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 44 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, the schedules. Yes, honourable members, there are clauses 45 and 46. There are no advertised amendment to clauses 45 and 46. So the question is, clauses 45 and 46. Please call them out. Clause 45.
Repeal and savings.
Clause 46.
Transitional provisions.
Honourable members, is Dr. Mavu on his feet? Yes. Let me hear you, Doc.
The certificate of voluntary service. What's the difference between
under the schedule?
It's a new schedule.
No, we haven't gotten there yet. We are dealing with clauses 45 and 46 of the bill before we come to the schedule. Yes, honourable members, all in favor of clause 45 and 46 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 45 and 46 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, the schedules.
Certificate of exemption from national service.
Very well. Item XVI, proposed new schedule. Now, members, for the consideration of the House. Yes. Honourable member for Oferukru.
The paragraph starting area of voluntary service. I don't know the relevance of that provision when you have already indicated the institution where the service was done, the region and the district. What purpose will area serve again? You have already indicated where the service was done, the region where it was done, the district where it was done. What purpose will area of the area of voluntary service serve again? I think it should be deleted.
Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, the right thing for us to do is to delete in the bill and insert the proposed schedule. But the other paper is saying amendment proposed, add the following new schedules. We are not adding this to the existing one, but we are deleting the existing one and inserting the new one, which will then become the schedules. It's a replacement of the schedules. Because this one has an additional schedule, that is a certificate of voluntary service, before the certificate of exemption and certificate of national service.
Very well. So, for the proposed new schedule, the honourable member for Oferukru is issuing, is asking why there's a need to indicate the area of voluntary service. Yes, ranking member for Oferukru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this has to do with a specific.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it has to do with specific area in terms of job description, either teaching or in the police service or health service. I think that is what it's supposed to. Yes, the area of voluntary service. You work within a district and a region, and then you have to specify the kind of service that you provided.
If you did voluntary service in Parliament, were you at the Marshal's Department, or were you at the Clerks at Table Department, or I think that's what they want. Is that right?
Is that what you meant? Then just say area. Well, so why are you using the word voluntary again? Because it's confusing. No, the whole certificate is about voluntary service. The whole certificate is about voluntary service. So that is given. We know that already. But now you want to specify maybe the discipline or area of specialization or whatever. But if you say area of voluntary service.
We don't want you to come and say that you did voluntary service in legislative drafting, when in fact you did voluntary service in security. That's what we want to be sure of. Yes.
I see the wisdom in his inquiry. He says that the whole certificate is issued to you for rendering a voluntary service after a mandatory service. So he doesn't see why the contents of that certificate should still indicate voluntary service. That's his point. That's his point. That the whole certificate, the essence of the certificate is issued to you because you rendered voluntary service after the mandatory service. So the content shouldn't still specify that the service you rendered was voluntary. Yes, or the area of service was voluntary.
So you're looking at deleting voluntary,
yes,
and retaining area of service.
Yeah, then he has period of voluntary service.
Yes, that's it.
He has period of voluntary service and then free service.
All right.
So if I understand him, he prefers that he states area of service.
Period of service.
Yes. But I have a problem also with the use of period. Instead of period, I propose that we use year of service. Year of service. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Tete.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to draw the House attention to Article 41H. States to defend Ghana and render national service when necessary. So I think that it is voluntary when you are doing the national service to defend the nation and render the national. So the voluntary has to stand.
Well, the argument is that the certificate itself is saying a certificate of voluntary service. So it's already defined what service is about. So should the details also include voluntary? That is the matter. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there are two forms of service: the voluntary service and the mandatory service or national service. In the first instance, the certificate is in respect of the voluntary service, and the area is specified to be able to extend that service from the national service. And that's why the certificate is very specific in respect of this. So, Mr. Speaker, the suggestion is that we allow the voluntary to remain so that the rendition still remains area of voluntary service. Because when you go to the other schedule, you will have the same the area of national service, just to bring the distinctions. Otherwise, you are going to have area of service, and then for national service, you also have area of service, even though the certificate indicates that it's national service. But just for emphasis, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yeah.
Speaker, exactly the point coming from member for Forikro. It says it's surplusage. So where the certificate, for instance, says a certificate of national service, then there's no need to indicate within the details that it's for national service. So it should be a certificate area of service. That's his point. So when it comes to that for voluntary service, don't write voluntary, just say area of service. Because the certificate speaks for itself. Speaker, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a red herring. It really wouldn't make much of a difference. I think what we are debating is how clean and succinct it would be. Whether we leave it the way it is or we amend it as being proposed by Honorable Mafo really would not take away or add anything to it. So it's a matter of optics. So we have to resolve to pick one and then move on. I really don't think it makes much of a difference.
Chairman, tell me, hold on, you have the last word. Yes.
My worry was the issue raised by the Deputy Minority Whip in respect of conscriptions in national emergencies to respond to Article 41H that he related to, and even Article 3 plus 3 of the Constitution. But I noticed that this is another one which relates to certificate of national service, simplicity. So that one is covered. So the first one that has been raised, that is the distinction being made between the voluntary service and the mandatory service. I think if we should have the distinction, that should be fair. So I think we can leave it as it is.
Very well. So I'll put the question. All in favor of the first schedule, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. The second new schedule.
Certificates of national service.
All in favor of the second new schedule being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The second new schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. The third new schedule. The third new schedule.
Certificates of national service.
Honourable members, all in favor of the third new schedule being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The third new schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. You have to go to the long title and the short title. Honourable members, the short title. Is it the long title or the short title?
Speaker, I had a bit of a challenge. I think but I've had some consultations and I've been told that my fears are covered. That has to do with the long title and what we just dealt with in respect of Article 41H is the duties and obligations of citizens that we have incorporated into this. But now I see civic responsibility. If it is strong enough to cover the duties and obligations as captured under Article 41H, then we are covered by the blood of Jesus.
I'm looking at Article 41, is that right? Duties of a citizen, is that
Yes.
one?
41 provides The exercise and enjoyment of rights and freedoms is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations. And accordingly, it shall be the duty of every citizen. And it says, to defend Ghana and render national service when necessary. So I'm just asking whether the civic responsibility is encapsulated in the duties and obligations. Those are strong words. If we think that they are covered, then we can leave it.
I truly think, because we hardly talk about duties and responsibilities of a citizen. So I think we should put it here. Replace civic with those ones. The focus has always been rights and so rather, in place of inculcate the values of civic responsibility, should rather inculcate the duties and obligations of a citizen. Chairman, this is a proposed amendment coming from the majority leader, and I support that. So for the long title, we propose that we replace civic responsibility with the duties and obligations of a citizen. I'll leave the draft persons to do the appropriate rendition. They will read the long title, but then we'll make the...
An act to establish the National Service Authority to mobilize and post persons qualified to undertake national service in areas of national priority for national development, inculcate the values of civic responsibility, discipline, patriotism, national cohesion, and volunteerism in persons qualified to undertake national service, and promote employability, entrepreneurship, technology, and innovation among persons qualified to undertake national service and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, subject to the proposed amendment. All in favor of the long title being a part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The long title as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes.
It's just out of abundance of caution. Once we are amending the long title, replacing civic responsibility with duties and obligations, it should apply consequentially. Where we use civic responsibility, we amend it to read duties and obligations.
So I direct the draft persons to apply consequentially and replace civic responsibility wherever it appears and is appropriate with the duties and responsibilities of a citizen. That brings us to the end of consideration of the National Service Authority Bill for today. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, let's turn to page 44, item 64. Page 44, item 64. Ghana Civil Aviation Bill. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. I thought you were on your feet. No, you're not on your feet. Yes. What are you suggesting? That we go through this today?
Page 44, item
no, please, let's use tomorrow to do, the whole of tomorrow to do the civil aviation one. We have used this afternoon to conclude. Let's use tomorrow to conclude the next one. Yes.
May I appeal to you that we have an agreement as leadership With the greatest of respect.
As leadership, yes. The
Yes,
speakership doesn't is not part of the agreement.
We are communicating same and seeking your blessings. We've had extensive winnowing. It's just a matter of procedure. It's a matter of procedure. As we are doing just a few clauses and we draw the curtains. Just few clauses. Yeah. Your kindness. So, Adendo. Kwame support me. Oh, Kwame will support me.
Yes. I can understand colleagues are tired, but Mr. Speaker, we are giving ourselves a target. If we can do 5 clauses out of this for today, then we can leave it and continue later. Yes.
Is this a continuation or is it a beginning? Are we starting this or we have started and we are continuing? We are starting. And we will do 5 clauses.
Yes.
5 clauses, clauses 1 to 5. No more. Very well. Very well. I agree to do 5 clauses. The Ghana Civil Aviation Bill 2024 at the consideration stage. Very well. Let's start. Clause 1. There's no advertised amendment to clause 1.
Establishment of the Ghana Civil Aviation
I rather revert
Authority.
to other people addendum. Anyway.
Yes, makes it easier for reference. Other people didn't do. Yes, there's no advertised amendment to clause 1. The question is clause 1 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Objects of the authority.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 2. All in favor of clause 2 being a part of the bill say aye. Clause 3.
Functions of the authority.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 3. All in favor of clause 3 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Functions of the authority.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 4. I rely on the proposed advertised amendment. I so move.
Yes. Delete 40 and insert 38.
Yes. Chairman, justification.
Yes. Are you on your feet? I haven't given you the floor and you're talking across.
Mr.
Yes.
Speaker, I second Chairman's proposed amendment because it's in consonance with the ICAO protocol. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
So I'll put the question. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item III. Amendment proposed. Chairman. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, before taking this particular amendment, it's just to bring it to the knowledge of the House that this particular law is in line with international conventions, ICAO and Chicago. And sometimes the conventions are originally in a language other than English language. And it is translated maybe from Portuguese to English, from French to English. Therefore, the text of the drafting, this particular provision may not satisfy the text in the sense that when you want to satisfy the text, it will appear as if you are amending the conventions. So we'll end up seeing provisions which will not be in conformity with the standard drafting of Ghana.
Sorry, what are you suggesting? That
so, Mr. Speaker, the suggestion
it is not
that
intended to be read and understood by Ghanaians.
Yes.
Is that your sort of suggestion?
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, the chairman of the committee will be referring us to the conventions. And once it is lifted from the convention, Mr. Speaker, it will become very difficult to amend the provision.
So, are you suggesting that they are technical language such that there are terms of art within the industry?
Yes.
So
like
we should use them as
the
they
that
are.
has just been moved. Because
Very
the
well.
convention is
If any
acceptable
comes
to
up,
38, we cannot say it should be 40 or otherwise.
I understand that,
Yes.
but otherwise I still must read and understand it if it's a law for Ghana. Right? Yes. Very well. So,
Mr. Speaker, if I may add to what Ranky has said, these conventions and protocols have been ratified by this House. So we are just introducing them into our domestic legislation.
it's still legislation to be read and understood by Ghanaians. And remember, if there's a term of art which needs definition, let's do that. So otherwise, it becomes a useless document because I can't read and understand it. No. Right. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, any convention or protocol that is ratified by the House, if it's being translated into a bill, it must be domesticated. It must be domesticated. But whatever we do should not be inconsistent with the convention, protocol, or treaty. That's all that it means. And so we should be, so if there is a 40 and you want to change to 38, then there could be a problem. My little worry, as I call the chairman to my side, had to do with what is intended to be done when we listen to the Boundaries Commission, General Kutia, when he came here and addressed the House. The Speaker, it drew attention to the imperatives of Article 4 of the Constitution, which reminds us that the territories of Ghana include not only the land territory, but the territorial sea and airspace. And they were going to work in close collaboration with the Ghana Civil Aviation. So I was thinking that maybe the objects could bear that constitutional imperative. But the chairman is saying that we should be careful. That's my little worry. But if it captures it, Article 4 of the Constitution, 4.1, then we are safe. It does.
Very well, let's continue. Item III, Chairman. Amendment is in your name.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Clause 4. I rely on advertised amendment proposed. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
This is the advertised amendment. Line 7, delete guidelines and insert guidance. Which one? Sorry, I want to be clear what we're doing. Article, subclause 1, paragraph BB. Which one is BB? Very well, yes. BB on page 10, line 7. We delete guidelines and insert guidance. Very well. Yes, honourable members, for the consideration of the House.
Speaker, my view is that the chairman, in accordance with convention, must move the amendment. Relying on an advertised amendment is not moving it. So move the amendment. They will support you.
Yes, honourable members, for the consideration of the House. All in favour of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 4, as variously amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favour, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Regulation of flight standards by the authority.
Yes.
Speaker, clause 5, amendment proposed. Paragraph K, delete and insert the following. K, the regulation of the importation of an aircraft, aircraft engine, aircraft propellers, aircraft main rotors, tail rotors, landing gears, and other major parts for use in the country. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Other members, for the consideration of the House. All in favour of the proposed amendment, say aye. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, we should be consistent. If we are operating in the realm of singularities, let's be consistent. We are saying the regulation of an importation of an aircraft. Then we jump to aircraft engines. Importation of an aircraft engine, and then it follows. If we are using singular, we should be consistent.
Sorry, so which one are we using? Aircraft propeller, aircraft rotor, tail rotor, landing gear, or we are using the plurals? Chairman, are you aircraft engines, aircraft propellers? Because only the first two that are in singular. The rest are in plural. Which one do you prefer? So what do you want, plural or singular?
Purposes, Mr. Speaker, it should be singular.
Very well, I'll put the question and direct the draft persons to craft them all in singular terms, right? So the question is, all in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now I'll put a question on clause. Yes.
Speaker, on that basis, if we may direct the draft office so that where consequentially, wherever they see the plural, will be
I'll get there.
Oh, very well. Thank you.
So clause 5 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. I hereby direct the draft persons to redraft all the names in the singular form. So after engine, the rest should be propeller, aircraft, main rotors, and so on, and not in the plural. Yes, that is 5.
Indeed, Speaker, it's 5. and we want to commend you for indulging us. So we'll suspend or we'll bring the consideration to a close.
Yes, honorable members, that brings us to the end of consideration of the Ghana Civil Aviation Bill 2024 for today. Yes.
Speaker, with respect, we just have the last business. Page 44, item 63. And Speaker, may I seek your leave for the respected Minister for Parliamentary Affairs to take the second item with your leave.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, or responsible for Parliamentary Affairs, I know. I'm not sure when he assumed the duty as Minister responsible for National Service as well. They haven't even told us where the Minister of Education is. Is he actually abandoning his job and is in Kumasi to outdoor his competitor who has had it over him? At least say something to us. Where is he? Is he in Kumasi outdooring his competitor? That notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, I mean, who can actually impeach the respected, powerful, honorable Chairman Bosu to move a motion? So we bow. You can go ahead.
I wonder how there can be a competition for an appointment. I wonder how somebody can compete for the appointment of somebody else.
Mr. Speaker, at the point in time, your name also came up. His name also came up. So I don't know whether I'm
that's different from competition. That's different from competition. Yes, Honorable Minister for Parliamentary Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to provide some comfort to the minority children that our party's constitution does not make the nomination of a running mate to the presidential candidate a contest. There's no contest. He makes it in consultation with the National Council. Simplicity. And consultation with the National Council doesn't even mean prior approval of the National Council. As simple as that. I thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the National Service Authority Bill 2024 be now read the third time. I so move.
Yes, who seconded the motion?
So seconded. Seconded.
Very well, honorable members. The motion for the third reading has been moved and seconded. I'll put the question. All in favor of the House adopting the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to establish the National Service Authority to mobilize and post persons qualified to undertake national service in areas of national priority for national development, inculcate the values of duties and obligations, discipline, patriotism, national cohesion, and volunteerism in persons qualified to undertake national service, and promote employability, entrepreneurship, technology and innovation among persons qualified to undertake national service and provide for related matters.
The National Service Authority Bill 2024 is now read a third time and passed. Honourable members, I think I can bring proceedings to a close. Almost 5 p.m. So the House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow, the 10th of July 2024 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.